Welcome everybody to the Clarke Historical Museum. Let's head inside and see what Humboldt County's largest museum has to offer. My name is Josh Buck, and I'm the Executive Director Curator of the Clarke Historical Museum located here in Old Town Eureka. I'd like to welcome you to Night at the Museum, one of 3 major fundraisers that the Clarke will be hosting just this year alone. It's with your invaluable support that these events are made possible, and I thank each and every one of you for joining us, whether you're here in person or watching this from home. As always, I'd like to thank the man behind the camera, Jay Tillman, for his excellent live streaming service that he provides. This event would not be possible without his help. Today I'm going to be telling you a bit about the Clarke and what our mission is all about. The mission of the Clarke Historical Museum is to celebrate the rich and varied history of Northwestern California by preserving, sharing, and interpreting that history in ways that increase knowledge, engage the mind, enrich the spirit, and stimulate the imagination. This museum was the idea of our founder, Cecile Clarke. She was a former high school teacher at Eureka High, and she had a mission in mind, which was to share as much of Humboldt's history as she could with her students. It got to the point where she actually had a 2-story structure on campus at Eureka High dedicated to sharing all things concerning Humboldt's history. Eventually, though, they approached Cecile and said, you know, we love what you're doing, but we actually need this space. So what better way to carry on her legacy than to identify a new place for all this carry on. And that's exactly what she did. In 1958, the building that we are now standing in closed. It was the former Bank of Eureka and the Savings Bank of Humboldt County, built in 1912. Cecile took note of this, and with the vast inheritance that she had acquired from the sale of her parents' sheep ranch, she was able to purchase this structure. And ever since 1960, it has remained Humboldt County's premier destination for all things Humboldt history. The Clarke Museum is particularly unique. Most museums up and down the West Coast will usually have exhibits made that stay up for many, many years. We're a bit different. At least 3 to 4 times a year, we will have massive exhibit rotations. Right now behind me, we have the main hall, which is filled with the history of Humboldt County's food and drink enterprises. Everything from ranching to indigenous food production, local restaurants, stores, you name it. Even items from the Samoa Cookhouse are here. At any given time, only about 1% of the museum's collection is on display, believe it or not. And I'm going to be showing you a bit around today, so you'll get to see all kinds of cool things that we have in store for you. As part of our food and drink of Humboldt County display here at the Clarke Museum that you can visit anytime between now and the end of August, we have borrowed several artifacts from the Samoa Cookhouse, which dates back to 1893. Lumberjacks and those who worked for local companies such as the John Vance Lumber Company, Hammond Lumber, Pacific Lumber, and many more worked up quite an appetite. These folks would truly enjoy a Paul Bunyan-sized breakfast without any doubt. If you were working in a local lumber camp and feeding a huge task force of those who were going out into our local woods, you had to make sure that you not only cooked quantity, but you cooked with quality. And that is exactly what took place here for many, many decades. We have a massive collection of birds here at the Clarke Museum, and for the first time in almost a decade, they are all on display, which is very exciting. You have everything that you would find from the tidal mudflats of the Arcata Marsh to the owls that soar through the trees here locally. And we have many variations, my personal favorites being the stout emperor goose, in that case over there, or Charlie the California condor. It's very exciting news on the condor front, as condors used to be native to Humboldt County, but not until fairly recently were they actually here. When settlers first arrived in Humboldt in 1850, they found that the condor was an indigenous species. However, due to the lead shot that they were using, birds such as Charlie over there, who's just over 100 years dead, would ingest the carcasses that were left in the woods, and they would become poisoned by that lead shot. Eventually, the numbers of the California condor began to dwindle. It's very exciting news that the Yurok tribe has led an initiative to restore the California condor to Humboldt County, having released 4 condors within the last couple of years. Here we are in the marvelous and stunning Victorian room, another cornerstone of the Clarke Museum. This room is more or less what it would have been like to be a very wealthy individual living during the Victorian era. The Victorian era ended with the death of Queen Victoria of England in 1901. However, because it took so long for trends to reach from the east coast of the United States to the west coast, we figure here in Humboldt County that the Victorian era truly ended in about 1910. And that's reflected in our local architecture. I'd like to welcome you all to the gun room of the museum, which is definitely one of our fan favorites. It is one of the few rooms at the Clarke that is more or less a permanent exhibition. And it is. Year-round, you can come down to see a variety of firearms, many of which are local. But many more are from all around the world. We also have many swords as well, some of which belong to local fraternal groups, and we do have one samurai sword that was brought back during World War II from Japan. As far as the firearms go, we have several Derringer pistols, revolvers, shotguns, rifles, you name it. It's all here. I bet you didn't think that this would be a behind-the-scenes tour as well. This is one of my favorite rooms here at the Clarke, and it is the photo room. We have photos of just about every topic that you could think of concerning local history. Everything from military photos to local businesses, maritime history, and of course, local lumber history. Box after box in here has photographs and real photo postcards that really are worth 1,000 words for every shot that you can come and take a look at. This room of the museum is Nelis Hall, built in 1979 to honor and educate about the North Coast tribes and their history as Humboldt County's first peoples. I highly encourage you to come down and check out the wonderful displays curated by our Nelis Hall curator, Jasmine Brown. Many of the exhibits focus on several primary tribes, such as the Wiyot, the Yurok, the Hupa, the Karuk, and many, many more. This case right here features everything from wolf moss to porcupine quills, hazel sticks, spruce root, all of which would be used to make many of the baskets that you can see here at the Clarke Museum. One of the big undertakings that we have set out to achieve this year is to fundraise $35,000 for a variety of projects pertaining to this side of the museum. The primary of which is that this structure was actually built as an add-on to the original structure. It was built in 1979 thanks to a cooperative grant between the City of Eureka and the Clarke Museum. After many years of ownership by the City of Eureka, the Clarke will soon assume full ownership. And that concerns several things such as transfer fees and general maintenance, as well as increased building insurance that will ultimately make us need to raise more funds this year. In addition to that, our idea is to install a beautiful hand-carved redwood door constructed by a task force of folks, but ultimately will be hand-carved by Karuk artist Almi Allen, who has very graciously offered up his time to help us on a variety of fronts on this matter. With your support, we will be able to achieve this, and you can do so by becoming a member of the museum, swinging by and giving us a general donation, or you can always donate online as well. We'd like once again to thank all of those who are both in person and watching at home. I encourage you to check out the auction that is available for perusing online, and you can bid to your heart's content. And rest assured, for every single dollar that you spend, it will help us achieve our mission of preserving the rich and varied history of not only Humboldt County, but Northwestern California as a whole.
Owning a home sounded so ideal, but it felt so far off.
You walked us through all of the steps to becoming a homeowner.
You know, I came from a family that didn't have, the opportunity to own a home. My mom, it gives her huge peace of mind knowing that we own the home that we're in.
If you dream of being a homeowner in Humboldt County, I'm Agent Annalise, and I would love to help you get your plans in place so when the moment is right, you can make your move.
Wood is my first love when it comes to building products. Anything inside the house that's wood is typically a Doug fir product. And for us, anything outside the house is typically a redwood product. Redwood and other wood products give us the ability to do anything we want with it. It can be functional and utilitarian, or it can be beautiful and ornate and a centerpiece.
Learn more about Humboldt Sawmill Lumber and Timbers at getredwood.com.
It's over 30 years. I have to represent and make sure the reggae music stay alive. Yes, man. All right, now this is Reggae on the River.
Hello, everyone. This is a reminder that we have many great auction items available for you to browse and bid on to support our mission. With your support, we will all be able to accomplish several goals this year, including funding for the installation of a hand-carved door that will separate the main hall and Neelis Hall here at the Clarke Museum. Karuk artist Almi Allen will be responsible for carving this door, and we look forward to bringing to life a plan that is multiple years in the making. I am joined today with the Executive Director of the Point Arena Lighthouse in Mendocino County, Mark Hancock. Welcome, Mark.
Well, I'm glad to be here, Josh, and I hope that everyone's having a great time at your wonderful event.
Thank you. Mark, could you tell our audience more about your experience of working for the Point Arena Lighthouse?
Well, I've been with the Lighthouse for about 9 years now, and it is absolutely and truly a labor of love. Running the 154-year-old light station. I have an absolutely wonderful staff that takes care of our 7 vacation cottages and studios that we rent out, represents about 50% of our income. We have a light station store, which is not your typical tourist attraction gift store. It's absolutely wonderfully run and stocked with very unique things, a lot of them locally produced. And of course, we have our indoor and outdoor museums and the 115-foot tall lighthouse tower, which is the tallest lighthouse on the Pacific coast. And you can climb to the top of it and get the most spectacular view possible. Right now, we're being blessed with the gray whales migrating from Baja back up to their feeding grounds in the Bering Sea. And we've been seeing moms and babies for the last 2 weeks or so, which has been absolutely delightful for our many guests.
That's wonderful. Fantastic. Can you provide any more details on the history of the lighthouse? And you mentioned that it's over 150 years old. I imagine there's a couple of stories that really make this place stand out.
There are, Josh. The lighthouse, the light station, actually, it's officially Point Arena Lighthouse or Point Arena Light Station number 496. And it was established in 1869. And the original lighthouse tower, which was a brick and mortar lighthouse, was completed in 1870 and first lit on May 1st, 1870.
Wow.
And that lasted until April 18th, 1906, when the San Andreas Fault, which is about 4 miles that way from us, shifted 16 feet laterally and pretty much put paid to all the brick and mortar buildings in and around Point Arena. And they decided it'd be better to build a new lighthouse than to repair the existing one. So they tore down the old brick and mortar lighthouse and they constructed the current tower that you see behind me. And it is the first steel reinforced concrete lighthouse built in America. And it probably won't surprise you when I tell you that it was built by the Weber Steel Concrete Chimney Company out of San Francisco. And it has 500 cubic yards of concrete in it, sits on an 8-foot deep foundation. And once they built this one, they realized it was fast, it was cheap, and it was incredibly strong. So all lighthouses built in America after this one were pretty much built using the same construction method. But we were the first, and of course, I consider the best. The light station is still an active aid to navigation, or an ATON as lighthouses are known as. And our signature is a single white flash every 15 seconds. So that way, you know you're passing the Point Arena Lighthouse and you can look at your charts and know what you need to do to get where you're going. As an example, Point Cabrillo, who is our sister to the north, her signature is a single white flash every 10 seconds.
Fantastic. And to be clear, what you are offering up is a stay at the light station. Can you tell us a bit about what the experience is like for folks that stay with you there? What can you expect to see?
So we are a nonprofit. We own all 23 acres of the light station, and we own all the buildings and structures on the light station, including what used to be the lightkeepers' homes that were built by the Coast Guard in 1960. But we are donating a 2-night stay in one of our assistant keepers' houses, which are the 3-bedroom, 2-bath homes. Both of them have wood-burning stoves in the living room. They are both pet friendly. They have fully stocked kitchens, private patios out back with picnic tables where you can sit and look out at the lighthouse and also Manchester Beach and the Manchester Hills in the background.
Wonderful. Yeah, for folks that are watching, I can't endorse this place enough. Mark has been so wonderful and such a supporter of the Clarke Museum. He donated last year for our Very Victorian Tea event and now for this event as well. Mark, thank you so much for your support. Your staff is awesome. I've met several of them the last time I was out, and they're always wonderful to see. And I really hope that people bid away on this because it's going to be an experience that you will not ever forget.
And I really appreciate the opportunity to support the Clarke Historical Museum in this manner. It's always a pleasure for us to do that for other very worthy and fascinating and interesting cultural places and museums. So please, all of you, take a look at this auction item. We will absolutely treat you with a red carpet when you come up here, and it's all going to a very, very worthy and worthwhile cause.
Good evening and welcome. My name is Greg Foster. I'm here in the beautiful Clarke Historic Museum in downtown Eureka at the corner of 3rd and East Streets. And tonight is the Night at the Museum event. This is a big gala tonight, and joining me tonight is Jasmine Brown, who's the curator of the collection here in Neelis Hall, and we have Executive Director of the Foundation, Josh Buck. And tonight is a special night for a number of reasons. They're raising money for a good cause, and we'll hear about that. Also, we have great characters and great interviews for you tonight. Regalia display will be coming later. That'll be very special. But first, let's talk a little bit with Jasmine and Josh about the purpose for tonight. So I'll start with Josh, if you don't mind. Josh, what are we raising funds for tonight?
Well, ultimately, Greg, we're raising funds for multiple projects. The first of which is that the building that we're standing in, Neelis Hall, was originally funded thanks to a cooperative grant between the City of Eureka and the Clarke Museum. We are now at the point where we are raising funds to be able to purchase the building outright, which is very exciting news, as we will have this building in our possession for the first time since 1979. In addition to that, we're going to be acquiring funds for the creation of a hand-carved door that will be carved by Karuk artist Almi Allen, and it will separate the main hall and Neelis Hall, and it will be an absolutely stunning piece when it's completed.
And we're going to talk about the main hall in just a minute because it's a spectacular building, but this is a neat building, and again, it was built in 1979, but what's more important than the building is what's inside. And of course, it's an amazing space with lots of local indigenous artifacts, baskets, tools, and our friend Jasmine here is in charge of curating this. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, I am the registrar curator for Neelis Hall.
And tell us what's in here and what do you share with the folks?
In here, we house the indigenous cultural heritage of the local tribes and communities. We have everything from your everyday cooking baskets, gathering baskets, storage baskets, to more elaborate pieces like you'll be seeing tonight with the Regalia Dress Walk. We have ceremonial dresses that will actually be able to be worn and walked through the museum, and they are dresses from our collection as well as some loaned from the Trinidad Rancheria. What's really special about that is normally you'll only be able to see the regalia, but you don't actually get to hear what's called its song. And each piece of regalia jingles and rattles, and it's each in own way as the girls walk. So you'll be able to hear an aspect of the collections here that you don't normally get to see as you're just experiencing the exhibits.
That's really, really cool. The regalia, I assume, is mostly are stored away and protected because is this old regalia that they're wearing, or is it something that they've created for this event?
We have regalia that is from the early 1900s that'll be worn, as well as regalia that's more contemporary. Pieces in our collection, the earliest or the most recent ones that we have are in the 1960s, 1970s eras, so a fairly recent history, but still old enough to be in the museum. But yes, most of it is put away the majority of the time for care.
Well, I was created in the 60s, and I don't like to think of myself as historic, but maybe vintage. How's that sound? Okay, and Josh, we have, and I loved what you said earlier. I said, oh, we have an auction tonight of many wonderful things, and you said, no, there are many wonderful experience, and there is an auction that's going on, and that actually is not going to end tonight, but it's going to be going on through May 10th at noon on an online site, and you can access that through the Clarke Museum's website, Clarke with an E, museum.org. And Josh, tell us a little bit about what are some of the things we'll be auctioning tonight.
Well, it's been wonderful to see the amount of community support on this front. We've acquired so many wonderful donations from people. I've got a couple of things that I've got my eyes on, including a session with Dan Berger Photography for an hour. Does an amazing amount of work. Sherry Heights Casino has graciously donated a poker session for an evening. You can bring all your friends and family and enjoy a night fun over at the casino, and all kinds of wonderful stuff. I highly encourage folks to check out the auction. Again, it is at our website, www.clarkemuseum.org.
Remember, Clarke and clarkemuseum.org has an E at the end, and it's named after who?
It is named after our founder, Cecile Clarke, and this museum opened in 1960. We are effectively Humboldt County's oldest and largest historical institution.
And Cecile Clarke was a local teacher at Eureka High, if I remember correctly, and was collected a lot of stuff and wanted to create a lasting legacy, and did so with this. And the main hall is actually in the old Bank of Eureka. Is that correct? And what year was that built?
The Bank of Eureka and the Savings Bank of Humboldt County was built in 1912.
Oh, wow. It's an amazing building. If you haven't been inside, I know many folks walk by, and maybe some don't come in, but there's those beautiful copper doors that you can walk in, some great exhibits, and you rotate exhibits quite often, do you not?
Absolutely. We are very much so a living history museum. Many museums will put up their displays for one time and then they'll keep it up for decades on that front. Every year we generally rotate about 3 to 4 times. So right now in the main hall we have an exhibition on Humboldt County's food and drink enterprises, and it will be up through the end of August. So if you haven't seen it, I highly encourage folks to come on down and check it out. You don't want to miss it.
And do you rotate exhibits in here in Nelis Hall as well?
Yes, we coordinate rotations to match together so that every time you come for a members only preview night or you come for the Arts Alive opening, there's something different in the main hall and Nelis Hall. And a lot of the time we tie in Nelis Hall to the main hall. So while we're doing food and drink in the main hall, this round we're also doing 2 food and drink exhibits in Nelis Hall.
And our history here locally with the local tribes and the tribal governments is not a good one in many ways. How do you cooperate and collaborate with the local indigenous groups to make sure that the real story is getting out and honoring not only their past, but the fact that they're still here and they're present and future?
Absolutely. It's a really important part to ensure that visitors from all over the world know that the pieces that they're seeing in the exhibits today are all pieces that are active in the community today. Everything you see, somebody's working on a basket, somebody's getting ready for ceremony, somebody's using the tools to make a new canoe. So to do that, we partner with a lot of local community members, and we're just really grateful to have so many volunteers to help us navigate this as somebody who's not locally indigenous. It's an honor and a privilege to be able to work with them and these collections.
And tonight we have basket weaving going on across the hall. We have acorn processing, which of course was an important thing. So keep watching tonight. There's a lot of great interviews, and we'll be coming back. So don't tune out. We'll talk to you later. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you for joining us at the Clarke Historical Museum's Night at the Museum fundraising event. Be sure to visit the online auction to bid on some amazing Humboldt experiences like kayaking, river rafting, and regional tours. Your support will help us maintain Nelis Hall and the precious Indigenous cultural heritage it houses. My name is Jasmine Brown, and I am the Nelis Hall Registrar Curator at the Clarke Historical Museum. I'm here today with Shirley Laus. Shirley, would you like to introduce yourself?
Ayakli, Neknow Shirley, Torthker, Essie Uskurwich Mate Wumachoth, Chure, Trinidad, Rancheria Kichakwe and they taught Mayor Urok Kuruk Essie Chetko, Squeak San Ninapek. I said, hello, my name is Shirley. I come from the sites of Torthker and Uskurwich, both along the Klamath River, and I live at Trinidad Rancheria now. And I'm Urok Kuruk and Chetko, and I said, I'm happy to be here with you today.
Lovely. Thank you, Shirley. All right, we're going to start our discussion today off with how long has your family lived in Humboldt and where?
Well, forever, because all 4 of my grandparents are native, with other people married in. But the base is all the local tribes that I mentioned, all from this region.
Very nice. What was family life like for you growing up?
Well, I was born at Hoopaw, on the Hoopaw Reservation, which is directly adjacent to the Yurok Reservation, where my grandparents and my extended family lived. And so for the first 5 or 6 years of my life, we lived at Capel along the Klamath River near Witchpeck. And So we spent a lot of time with extended family, my grandparents, and my aunts and uncles and cousins, and just hung out with, all the other kids in the area, and played outside almost every day. And I have there's 7 kids in my family, so we had plenty of playmates all the time. We climbed trees, so we would climb to the top of the fir trees that were around. And now I look back and look at the height of those trees, and I think, how did we even think we could do that? But we were up there all the time. And then one day, my brother was at a different area and some different trees that was on a hillside. And he showed us how to jump onto the outside of the limbs and then just cascade down to the ground. And that was pretty fun. I don't think us girls would have thought about it on our own, but my brother did all kinds of things like that. And so he showed us.
Did you or anyone in your family weave baskets growing up?
Well, my grandmother was an everyday weaver. She was an expert weaver. She spoke fluent Yurok. Her mother was full-blooded Yurok, and so their first language was not English. They learned when they went to school. So I was always around basketry, but since we moved to Trinidad and my grandmother still lived at Pequon on the Klamath River, we weren't with her on a daily or weekly basis. So I didn't get to weave with her, but when we were visiting, she would always take us with her gathering. So I did get to gather with my grandmother when we were kids. And the thing that I remember most is she was always ahead of all of us kids. Climbing up a steep hillside, she was ahead of us. Walking through, the forest, yeah, she was way ahead of us. It's that because that was just her life. And us kids had to keep up. Usually, kids are running ahead of the adults, and not in this case. My grandma was always ahead because she was just a doer.
Yeah.
And she would just get it done, and what she needed, she would go and get it. But those are some of my earlier memories of spending, holidays or summers, weekends and stuff like that. And my grandma would um, just take us along whenever she was, doing gathering. And I remember when I made my first basket with a different teacher, but I went to my grandmother to have her help me finish it off at the very end because I didn't know how to do the ending. And so I took it to her to have her help me do that. So there was some basketry with her, and I did inherit a few of her baskets, so I'm happy for that. So she was a big influence, even though I didn't get to learn at her knee, like, as if we lived next door.
What about Humboldt County has changed since you were a kid?
Well, one big change, Highway 101 went in.
Oh, yeah.
So portions of it were already there. And of course, I'm talking about the newer 4-lane Highway 101 because it was a 2-lane smaller road. Highway 101 existed. But after we moved to Trinidad, the 101 construction began. It was right in our backyard. So in the evening, after they put all their machinery away and we could hear it, go silent, we would go out there and play in all the dirt. So we played on the base of Highway 101 before they paved it when it was still just fresh dirt.
Oh, neat.
So that was one big change. And I, still remember, all that fresh dirt just is attractive to kids.
Absolutely.
And then in some ways, Humboldt County hasn't changed too much, but in other ways, yeah. So there are more people, more housing. We used to go to the beach all the time, and then now there's houses, next to the beach in some areas so you can't access the same areas that we did when we were kids. But so I would say, more people moving here and a lot more housing. But a lot of it, hasn't changed.
Yeah, Humboldt has a way of doing that where as much as things change, a lot of things stay the same, especially the
Right,
major parts of our landscape that just don't change.
right.
All right, our final question for you, Shirley, is why does history matter to you?
Oh, I've always loved history. It's always my favorite subject in school. I've always read a lot. Uh,
Mhm.
I really like to read historical fiction because you have the novel story part of it, then you have all the learning on the historical part of it,
Right.
and I just have to trust the author that they did accurate research. But I do like to read historical novels. I just it was just part of my personality that I liked history, and so that carried over into my adult life.
Mhm.
I am a lifelong learner. I always want to learn new things. I've never changed in that respect.
Mhm.
Plus, being a native, you just, and especially here, and having all of my grandparents being native, and other people marrying in. The William Van Pelt who married in was a Dutch person, so
Mhm.
it's interesting, to learn about him, to find out information. But being born and raised here and not having ever moved away and having all my family still here, you're more closely connected to your history.
Right.
And it's the living history part of it, it's closer to you. And I like to think about when I was a child, my great grandmother was still alive. So I knew her and I was able to interact with her, and I have some good memories of her. And to me, I always thought of that at the time. Maybe I didn't synthesize it like I do as an adult, but I was aware on some level that she was a living link
Right.
because I knew they had a plank house and a stick house.
No.
I knew she spoke Yurok and I knew she wove baskets.
Mhm.
And I knew that, she didn't speak English and her life was changing. And she was living through, some major changes or,
Absolutely.
had lived through it in her younger years. But she was a living link to us kids. And so now that I'm an adult and I can think back on that, it's even more profound, that link. So I think that probably just subconsciously put me on the path to history and everything, learning and wanting to know and just being interested.
Mhm.
And, besides, it's my family. So I have that, double connection. So I think that's what history means to me and why I'm so interested in it now.
That's lovely, Shirley. Yeah, we can definitely see through your work here at the museum of all your volunteering during Arts Alive demonstrations and things, just how connected you are to your history, how inspired you are from your upbringing, from your grandmother teaching you to gather all the way through to you now carrying that to your granddaughters, your grandnieces and nephews, your children and your family, and just sort of being that link for them that she was to you.
Yeah,
She's
that's
now.
yeah, that's true. And speaking of that link and the Clarke, I really enjoy working in Neelis Hall, just being around, our baskets and such. But on a practical level, uh, I think us Native people who have been on the board, in the recent past, or involved as volunteers, we have made a good difference teaching and educating the other board members, participating in sharing with staff.
Mhm.
And I think one of the really good things that we've done recently was to put some spiritual care protocols into place for the um, regalia and the baskets in Neelis Hall. So they're aired out. We have root burned, in there. Uh, well, we have people come in and sing songs, basket songs for them. So to educate and let the rest of the board members understand how that's important, and then for them to agree and to put it into the written protocols for Neelis Hall was a big step. And I think that's important to get back to traditional care, not just museum care, but traditional care of the items, and to take care of them in the old way.
Right.
So I think that's a one huge step. And there's many other things that we've been able to do with the board and staff. So I think it's always a growing experience. And if people are open to learning about the past and changing, current work, that it'll work for everybody and everything.
Yeah.
And so with that, I would like to say that my granddaughter comes and helps me volunteer at the Clarke. She asked to come with me when she was 5. Now she's 11, and she's been coming with me ever since. So she's learning not only about the culture, but about the museum too.
Absolutely.
So she tells people she works at the Clarke Museum.
She completely does.
Like it's her employment.
She'll put it on her resume one day.
Yes. That's important. Everything I do with the kids, I do it with an eye towards they can use it for their resume. And I've written job references for my kids that have worked with me for many years. And so when they look for their first job, I've written them letters of recommendation of the things that they've learned while they're doing cultural activities.
Well, you are a great teacher, Shirley.
Well, thank you. Walk.
Do you have any final thoughts before we close out here?
Just I really enjoy working at the museum, and always happy to help out there.
Well, we appreciate all of your contributions so much, from doing demonstrations at Arts Alive to helping coordinate this event for us today, to everything that you do, just offering us support and care. It's really, there isn't really a way to express how appreciative we are of you.
Oh, walk cloud. It's just in my heart.
Welcome back to the Clarke Historic Museum. This is Greg Foster again, and I am joined by two madams. One madam, I don't know that I know you, but your name is Emily Jones, is that correct?
That is right.
And what makes you important to the city of Eureka?
Well, I was the first woman to have a driver's license, but I don't think that's what you were asking me about. I was also the first mayor of Eureka. Some people like to say I was the first mayor west of the Mississippi, but that's simply not true. I wasn't even the first in California. But, 1929 was early enough to be a woman mayor. It's pretty impressive.
That's right. Women only had the right to vote for 9 years at that point. So it's nice to meet you, Madam Mayor. I wish I should have known who you were. But of course, we have Madam Kate, who I know quite well. And Madam Kate is a local as well, but also comes up from Mendocino. And what is it that you do here, Madam?
Well, I'm Madam Kate from Mendocino City, and I come up to see what kind of talent is available along 2 Street, because I run fashionable boarding houses for Mendocino. And when I heard that there was going to be another madam here tonight, I was very interested, but I found out that this Madam Mayor is in charge of governmental activities, whereas Madam Kate is in charge of your recreational activities. And I know that Eureka has a very extensive history with young women who were available to entertain the railroad men and the people involved in shipping, but most especially the people in logging.
And of course, Kate and I know each other just by happenstance. We do not have a professional relationship at all. So
we won't talk about your visits to Mendocino City.
I had fond memories of Mendocino City, a very recreational town. So, Madam Mayor, you grew up here and moved away, but you had some tragedy and then came back. Is that right?
Well, I did live a full life. I got to experience so much history. I lived through the San Francisco earthquake, where I lost my home. I had to stay in Golden Gate Park for a while I was looking for some place to live. My husband died of the Spanish flu. And I was also the first woman with a driver's license, the first woman to fly an airplane. So,
you flew an airplane or flew in an airplane? Flew an airplane?
I flew an airplane.
You were an actual pilot?
I don't know if I was the first. And I don't know if I had a license, because I don't know if you needed a license back then. But I did fly planes.
Well, you had a more successful record than, say, another aviatrix, Amelia Earhart, who couldn't be with us here tonight, and no one knows where she is, but you're here, so that's quite good. What are you holding in your hand there, Madam Kate?
Well, one of the things that I have approached Madam Mayor about is this is a North Coast souvenir sporting guide, and this is a publication that I'm interested in seeing if the community of Eureka would like to undertake. If you would hold this for a moment, I will show people. These are, people think I make this up. I do not make this up. This is real, one way or the other. And what it is a description of places that you could go visit where you could find female companionship. And then there are pictures of some of the lovely ladies that are available to join you for an evening's entertainment, just as you've done when you've come to Mendocino City to visit. So I was asking Madam Mayor if she thought a publication like this would be appropriate for the city of Eureka.
Well, I have my opinions, but Madam Mayor, what do you think? What is your view, and how do you approach your mayorship of Eureka?
Well, I did. I was mayor during the time of Prohibition, and so my concern really has always been corruption and the way Prohibition made good people behave. But I'm not so much opposed to people who come in and are very open about what they're doing. However, I did run on cleaning up the city, so I'm guessing that probably this would not be something I would endorse. But I really did focus more on corruption than I did on the people who were trying to make a living.
Well, I do think that this sporting guide would, help keep the locals happy, and also is a wonderful thing for the tourists. who could come up and need to know what's going on. So I thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for coming tonight, and we'll be back in a little bit. Thank you.
Wood is my first love when it comes to building products. Anything inside the house that's wood is typically a Doug fir product. And for us, anything outside the house is typically a redwood product. Redwood and other wood products give us the ability to do anything we want with it. It can be functional and utilitarian, or it can be beautiful and ornate and a centerpiece.
Learn more about Humboldt Sawmill Lumber and Timbers at getredwood.com.
Hello, everybody. I hope you're having an excellent time at Night at the Museum. This is a reminder that we have many great auction items available for you to browse and bid on to support our mission. With your support, we will be able to accomplish several goals this year, including funding the installation of a hand-carved redwood door that will separate the main hall and Neelis Hall. Karuk artist Almi Allen will carve this door, and we look forward to bringing to life a plan that is multiple years in the making. My name is Josh Buck, and I'm the Executive Director Curator of the Clarke Historical Museum. I am pleased to introduce Barry Evans, a local columnist, author, historian, and self-described, quote, recovering civil engineer. Barry grew up in Southeast England in an area rife with megaliths built by Stone Age hunters and gatherers. So he needed to recalibrate his sense of history when he and his wife moved to Eureka 23 years ago. Barry has been writing the science and nature column Field Notes for the North Coast Journal since 2008, while his weekly op-ed in the Lost Coast Outpost is nearing 500 unbroken rants. His two books on Humboldt, The Humbook and Humbook 2, are available just about everywhere locally, including in the Clarke Museum's gift shop. They are also up for bidding at tonight's event. He can always be reached at email at barryevans9@yahoo.com. And with that, welcome, Barry. Thank you very much for joining us.
Well, thank you, Josh. This is a wonderful occasion to do this interview.
Thanks. Barry, I'd like our viewers to know a bit more about your background. Could you tell me about your earliest memories of moving to Humboldt County?
Oh, well, that would have been July the 4th, 2001, when we actually moved here. We arrived in the evening, and they were kind enough to put on a fireworks display to welcome us, which was unexpected. Actually, I'd never seen a firework display quite like it, where the clouds glow. You don't actually see any fireworks, but you see glowing clouds. It was first time I'd seen that. I think it's a Humboldt specialty here. So yeah, I moved here. Louisa and I moved here from the Bay Area. We'd been traveling for nearly 2 years. We were both working for ourselves in out of Palo Alto during the .com era, and my version of the events, Louisa may differ, is that we burnt ourselves out and we needed a break. So we took off, bought an old van, and we drove up and down the coast, and we lucked out finding an apartment half a block from Humboldt Bay. Luis is a paddleboarder, I'm a kayaker, which looked pretty good. We'll get this for a month or two while we settle down, and we're still there.
When did you become first interested in Humboldt County's history?
Well, let me just say that you introduced me as, among other things, as a historian, and I'm not a historian. I'm a writer, and what I do well, I think, is research. But I'm the guy who comes along after people like Jerry Rhodey and Ray Raphael, and there's a lot of wonderful real historians here in Humboldt County. And I'm just following on their coattails, really. And they've been so generous with the information, but I've done very little of my own research here. What I write about is secondhand.
In your estimation, what is the most important piece of Humboldt history that is widely accessible to the public for folks around here to enjoy?
Oh boy. Well, if you haven't walked through the Lolita Tunnel, you've got to walk through the Lolita Tunnel, despite the fact that even though it's the railroad from Lolita north up to the south portal of the tunnel is now Great Redwood Trail right-of-way. There is a fence across it. If folks, you are walking there, ignore the fence, go around it, go over it. It's a right-of-way. So yeah, just walking through the Lolita Tunnel is a trip.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'd say that's a fun thing. On the way there, if you're going to do that, you might as well check out the Table Bluff Cemetery. Ray Olson, who does the Humboldt Outdoors series of videos that you can access on YouTube and a bunch of other places, he and we did a history of the Table Bluff Cemetery, the non-Catholic one, and it's that's easily accessible. It's like 15 minutes from downtown Eureka.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how well would you rate Humboldt County's job of preserving local history? And this could be newspapers.
Way up there. I mean, I'm sitting here in Neely Hall.
Neely's Hall.
Beg your pardon. Thank you for correcting me. Which is in the Clarke Museum, and if I look around, I see this just amazing collection of mainly basket work, but a lot of other native pieces here, and along with some great photographs. So this is being preserved here. We've got the Humboldt Historical Society with the house up on 8th Street. Not just that, but we've got these very active historians here. I think Jerry is now working on his 7th volume of Humboldt history. I won't even go into all the other ones, but go into one of the bookstores here and ask for Humboldt history, and you'll see a whole shelf of it. We're doing great. We're doing better than any other place I've lived as far as preserving the history here.
Barry, what would you say is your go-to place in Humboldt for both nature and for history?
Oh, probably the Rockefeller Grove, which is on the road to Honeydew off 101. That's got to be. I think that's got to be my favorite spot, and Founders Grove too. I mean, I'm a sucker for redwoods. It's too bad you have to drive half an hour or 40 minutes to really get into redwood groves. But if you haven't been down to the state park, Humboldt Redwood State Park, do so. It's pretty amazing.
Absolutely.
Those trees are nearly 400 feet high.
It's a spectacular place.
Yeah.
What does the Clarke Museum mean to you overall when you think of the institution?
Well, it's pretty wonderful that right here, right in downtown Eureka, you know, two blocks from the gazebo, we have the history of Humboldt, and it's so accessible. It's you do a wonderful job, Josh, of having these regular changes of displays here. So you can come in here 1 month and see a display of marbles, and the next month you come in and everything's changed. And so there's a sense that this is a living museum rather than, I mean, most museums, they put out their artifacts and that's it. And that's how it stays for the next, decades. Here, every time I come in, you've got something brand new going on. So it's a very alive place to me. I love coming over here, and I appreciate that there's always 2 or 3 times a month you have some sort of event here, and you're doing a good job. Yeah.
Thank you, Barry. That's certainly thanks to supportive folks like yourself and, of course, the incredible staff here. I know you wouldn't think you would get much of a sweat going with exhibit construction, but we bring in some pretty crazy items, especially lately on the heavy side. So it's a lot of fun to put these together, and makes it all worth it when folks like yourself enjoy them.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I recommend if you haven't been down here lately, come on down. It's because it won't be the same as the last time you were here.
What could get more young folks into preserving local history, and what can we do as representatives to really engage with them and hook them to get them to buy into it?
Well, I've been here when there've been classes come in here. This is in the Clarke, and that's one way to do it. Obviously, is to bring them here and show them stuff. I would like to see the WIOT take school groups over to Tolawat, and by boat. You can put them all on the Madaket and take them over there and talk about the indigenous history actually standing on the place where history happened. Nothing like field trips to get kids excited, I think so.
I couldn't agree more. I was born locally here, and I grew up going to the Clarke, and there's no doubt that a field trip is certainly an authentic experience that's not to be missed. And I think we all look back fondly at our early school years, and we don't really remember doing major assignments or homework. But what we do remember is those days.
Yeah. I think I was 8 when we were taken to the Tower of London. And that's probably the strongest memory from my first 10 years of life, you know. So much.
Well, one of the things I hear most often from folks my age or folks that are getting out of college from here is that, oh, I've seen everything that Humboldt has to offer. And
Really?
all you got to do is come in here and take a look at our Wentel giant relief map and go, oh, wow, I really haven't seen anything. I've seen the communities along Highway 101, and that's really about it. A lot of people don't get to see Eastern Humboldt, let alone most of Southern Humboldt. So I hope that we can get people to buy in by showing them that there is a whole nother side of the world around here for them to explore and to cherish and preserve.
Yeah.
Can readers expect more from you on the columnist front? Do you have any forthcoming works that you'd like to share aside from your project on Bridgeville?
Oh, with local history? No, I haven't. I think about a month ahead as far as my my field notes columns go, and I'm actually covered for the next month. I have a three-parter coming out on who really wrote Shakespeare. So that's going to be fun.
Where can people find copies of your book? We always have them here at the Clarke Museum, but where else can people buy copies?
They're all over the place. From sitting here in the Clarke, probably within a 5-minute walk, there are probably, I think, 8 places where you can get them. At the 2 wonderful bookstores on 2nd, Eureka Books and Booklegger, Humboldt Mercantile, and other places that are, oh, and the Madakett's ticket office has them, and yeah.
Wonderful.
Or barryevans9@yahoo.com, and I'll be happy to meet with you, have a coffee, and you can buy a copy of my book. Books. I have 5 in the field notes series, plus the 2, the Humbook and Humbook 2.
Well, thank you very much for joining us today, Barry. It's very clear that you're dedicated to preserving local history. You're doing everything from Saturday speaker series to writing your wonderful books, your columns that are available online for folks to check out and enjoy. Is there anything else in particular that you'd like to share with our audience here tonight for Night at the Museum?
Yeah, bid up, guys. There's some wonderful stuff. I've seen some of the offerings here, and this is a worthy cause, super worthy cause. And Josh, you're doing a great job, you and your staff. Thank you.
Thank you again for being here, Barry.
You betcha.
Degrees in the shade. It's over 30 years. I have to represent and make sure the reggae music stay alive. Yes, man. All right, now this is Reggae on the River.
Hello, thank you for joining us at the Clarke Historical Museum's Night at the Museum fundraising event. Be sure to visit the online auction to bid on some amazing Humboldt experiences like kayaking, river rafting, and regional tours. Your support will help us maintain Neelis Hall and the precious Indigenous cultural heritage it holds. My name is Jasmine Brown, and I am the Registrar Curator for Neelis Hall at the Clarke Historical Museum. I am here today with Mark Castro. Mark, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes. So as Jasmine said, I am Mark Castro. I am the co-director for the Cultural Research Facility over at Cal Poly Humboldt. So we are a archaeological firm that does consulting with many agencies and private entities as well as trained students. And then I am also, as of this year, the vice president for the Humboldt County Historical Society.
Very nice. All right, let's start off with just how long have you lived in Humboldt County?
It's kind of an interesting question because I was a student back from 2006 to 2010, and then I left and got my degree, my master's degree at Sonoma State University in Cultural Resources Management. But I also traveled the state and worked in the desert near San Diego with the El Centro Field Office for BLM down there, and I worked in the Sierras. I worked in the Bay Area, so I've kind of moved around the state for many years. And then in 2017, I moved back up here when there was an opening at the firm. So
what made you decide to pursue a degree in anthropology, and how did you choose your subdiscipline within that?
yeah, so I was just interested in history and archaeology, even at a young age, interested in the pyramids and, you know, all that type of stuff. And when I was originally looking for colleges, I decided on archaeology away from like marine biology and some of the other stuff, not very much into math. So stuck the history route. And yeah, so I just kind of was looking for what is archaeology, right? Like didn't know about anthropology. Like what is that?
Right.
And that was the degree that kept popping up when I was looking for archaeology. Yeah, so then I ended up choosing the college up here rather than a couple closer down to where my family's at in Southern California. Had a friend that was coming up here as well, so it just kind of ended up working out.
Very nice. Very nice. And then so after that, you chose to go into cultural resource management or CRM. What made you decide that route opposed to sort of any other sphere that you can work with archaeology like I am in the museum?
Right. So cultural resource management is a great field in that it's encompasses both museums, heritage in general, public archaeology, and community engagement, as well as working in the field of archaeology, going to, you know, doing field surveys, excavations, stuff like that. So it's very encompassing as well as with historic buildings and architecture. I went to that program specifically because the archaeologist Jamie Roscoe was one of my the founder of this company and one of my mentors, and they had always talked about that program. He had went there before, and it's really the only one on this coast.
Oh, really?
And this side of the U.S. that really has this type of program, because usually in archaeology you either get an archaeology degree or more like geoarchaeology or applied anthropology or something that's in anthropology. It's not CRM. So it's really the only one that kind of does that. And it has the focus of also of California and having that law basis for California. So as I wanted to be a California archaeologist, this was really the only option that really existed. And it's a great program that exists. So had a really great time there, and kind of helped me refine myself as a cultural research practitioner as well as an archaeologist and historian. So.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I didn't realize that there wasn't really a lot of options for CRM specification. Now that you say that, though, I'm like, oh yeah, all the degrees are, like you said, either applied anthropology, archaeology, or a very specific field within archaeology.
Yeah, they even had like historic preservation at University of Oregon, which was one of my options, but they focused, like I said, on buildings. So a little bit different. And I even had friends that I met that came over from like Boston and Colorado just to go to this program. So
oh wow.
It's yeah, so it's kind of a little hidden gem that everyone kind of knows about. So good network really cool. Of people and stuff like that. Good community are just there to kind of learn how to preserve history and yeah. and cultural resources. Yeah.
I'll have to talk to you more as I'm looking at pursuing my master's degree.
Of course.
It'll be good. Well, speaking about your archaeology work, what does archaeology look like in Humboldt County?
Mhm.
What does
Yeah.
that look like?
Yeah, so it's got its own little unique charm, you know. One of the reasons like I said, first came up here was I wanted to do Mesoamerican archaeology, which wasn't here at the time. It came in later with one of our directors, Marisol.
Right.
And so kind of just missed the boat on that. They were very much focused on Channel Islands and coastal archaeology.
That's super interesting.
So, but having to separate shell was not something I really enjoyed. But what did come out was the town of Falk with CRF and the university were doing the excavations there. So I got a chance to get involved in that process as an intern and a student volunteer, and really enjoyed learning about the history of the area with the logging, especially with the redwoods. It's very unique logging enterprise. And then yeah, that kind of kept me, and then the interest of the native cultures that are here, between the Yurok and the Karuk and the Wiyot and many others. Just a very interesting like span of history that's existed here for the time immemorial, just for a very long period of time. So that's really kind of what started me kind of getting more into a California archaeology focus, and definitely Humboldt County. It's always kind of had a special place in my heart kind of when I left. And like I said, I got to do stuff like one of my first recordings in the desert was recording tank tracks next to a prehistoric trail with ceramics. And that was related to General Patton's training ground to go to North Africa in World War II. And I've recorded like rock art. I've got to see a lot of cool things. But like I said, this area has a very special place and very interesting history. Like I said, with the timber industry, the railroads, the mining history. Like I said, also is very interesting. And right now I'm doing a project on learning about the history of Latinos in the county, which I did a presentation last November for the speaker series, and I'm kind of still developing that. For the other counties around here, Del Norte, Trinity, and Siskiyou, to kind of supplement what I've already done on Humboldt County. So it's a very cool project.
Sort of going off of that, what is challenging about doing archaeology in Humboldt County or Northern California?
Yeah, so usually we say it takes about 40 acres a day for a person, but that's walking in the desert mostly. So it's flat, not much vegetation. Up here we have hills, we have big trees you have to get around, a lot of vegetation. So that's a lot of what we have to deal with is the environment itself. Of course, animals and stuff like that. Some of the projects you'll have like a lot of snakes, rat snakes you gotta deal with, or every once in a while you sneak up on a bear, so stuff like that. But depending on which part of the county you're at, it can just be, like I said, really heavy berry bramble that you've got to either try to go around or try to weave your way through, or you're surveying in the giant redwoods and fallen redwoods, and I'm gonna like go way out of your transect and come back on, or try to climb over these trees and hopscotch, and especially when it rains too, that becomes another hazard, safety hazard. So it's just all just kind of paying attention, having situational awareness, and working with your crew to make sure that we all get home safely and we also are able to do the job. So but those are some of the main challenges that we deal with, honestly. Yeah.
Cool. What's your favorite project that you've ever worked on?
Favorite project I've ever worked on. This Macedonian one's actually pretty fun right now. I've gotten really into it, but locally I really enjoyed Falk. I kind of wish I was at a different place in my life where I could have maybe contributed more.
Because you were just starting off.
Just starting and didn't really know what I was getting into. But I kind of, like I said, I've had a very varied
really though,
experience of stuff. I did like I said, I did Falk up here. I've done work trying to track down gold rush trails, both in this county, Trinidad Trail, as well as we were doing the first trail that goes from Crescent City to Oregon. And we found some Chinese ceramics, as well as a nice black glass, probably champagne bottle, but I couldn't tell otherwise just because of the make of it. It was completely broken. But so that was a cool project right there. At least to find stuff. It was a very difficult survey. Like the August complex stuff is also very interesting. A lot of great stuff. Like I said, thousands of years of history that we were finding. When I worked with the Forest Service in the Sierras, I had the opportunity to work on the Rubicon Trail. So that was really cool. So a lot of the immigrant trails coming over in caravans. So you actually get to see wagon ruts on the rock and smooth rocks. My thesis was on salt exploitation in the Sierras with a very cool site, large basins that people filled with water and then let solar evaporation. And
That's
then
so cool.
these things were huge to the point that you could actually sit up to your waist.
Wow.
And just stand in them. And there are over 300 of them.
Wow.
So I've kind of like said that. And then I said there's stuff in the desert with I was able to look at with some geoglyphs and stuff like that. So just kind of like I said, the whole span of the state pretty much I've kind of done.
Well, my last question for you is, why is history important?
Yeah, so it's important to know where we come from. So that we can kind of understand either things that went well or things that went bad, so that we can kind of have a blueprint for our future. So I think, like I said, it's very important to know what's in the past, I think, in that regard. And I find it interesting as well. So so that's why I think history is important. I'm very interested in understanding the past. It's with archaeology especially, and I'm sure you find the same way. It's like a puzzle, right? Like I've got to figure it out. You're just trying to put the whole picture together with just a couple pieces, and sometimes you get more pieces, and sometimes you just kind of have to just throw your hands up and say that's just what it is.
Yes.
But so like I said, that would be my answer for that question.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think unraveling the mysteries of human history, either in deep time or on a smaller scale in the last 50, 7,500, 150 years, it's just fascinating, just endlessly fascinating. The little niches and pockets you can find in our tiny community, and how that sort of reflects bigger things going on throughout the rest of the world in other parts of the US. And it's fascinating. It's just absolutely really interesting. So
yeah, and it really just helps kind of like I think bring people together. Like so when they understand that, like like I said earlier, like I said, this when I came here, it was always understood that this was a very white Caucasian community. There's pockets of racism and stuff like that exists. But I feel like if people did know that there are these periods of history where, yes, like I said, there's the expulsion of the Chinese that happened. There are all these other periods where people integrated very well. So
right.
And it's just kind of like I said, bringing that to the surface so people can kind of start working together, hopefully. So
awesome. Well, thank you so much, Mark. It's been great talking to you. Alrighty. Well, we will let everyone get back to the event. Don't forget to check out the auction, and thank you again.
And welcome back. We're here at the Clarke Historic Museum for a Night at the Museum Gala. It's an amazing night tonight, and we are raising money tonight to help with the Neelis Hall, both the supporting the purchase, not really the purchase, the full ownership of Neelis Hall by the Clarke Historic Museum. And we're also raising funds tonight to have some amazing doors, which will be carved by a local Native American individual that will adorn the hall. So it's an amazing night here tonight. But you can help by going online at clarkemuseum.org and looking for the auction. That auction goes until May 10th. At noon. Tonight I'm here with Miss Linny Black and Mr. Arthur Jory. And Linny, you live in Eureka, is that right?
I do.
Yeah, and I'm a little unsure. What do you do here in Eureka? You're not a married woman, is that correct?
I am not a married woman, but in fact I am a mother. Oh. And so I have to support my child however I can.
Oh, okay. And well, we'll get back to that later. That's intriguing to me. Arthur.
Yes, sir.
You look like you've been out in the streams somewhere. What is it?
Yeah, we're up in the mountains up near Neelan, east of Eureka.
Oh. Yeah. And what are you mining up there?
Gold, yeah.
Oh wow! And how are you doing? You making a fortune up there?
You know, it's you can do very well for yourself if you use the right have the right means.
And you don't sound like a native Nelander, is that correct?
No.
Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. She keeps bumping into me. You need to watch. She is. She keeps. Yeah, watch out. Yeah. Thank you, but yeah, just stay on your mark here. Yeah.
Yes, a poor girl.
Poor girl.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. I'm from Cornwall in the UK, by way of Grass Valley, by way of Humboldt. So.
And did you come over just to be a miner, or?
Well, you know, we were miners for many generations in Cornwall, so it was a natural fit to come out west and try our hand here.
Oh, there you go. There you go. And so, Linny, you mentioned you do this and that around town. Do you want to expand on that?
What time is it, sir?
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. We might be running late. I had my watch here for you. Look at your watch.
What is my watch? I just had it. I must have.
Why would I have lost my? I just had the watch.
Well, that explains it right there, sir. The way you are dressed, it's clear you can afford to lose your watch. And sir, with the gold that you talked about bringing out of the hills, well, I, as a single mother, as a lady, I don't have the opportunity to go gold mining. I don't have the opportunity to take the jobs and have the experience that you do. And so I do what I can to get the money I need to raise my child. I do that by pickpocketing.
Oh.
That does explain a lot.
It does. It does. It explains your rather handsy bumping of me. I thought you were just being affectionate.
And she was just jostly.
Jostly, yeah, very jostly. But it seems like we've been pickpocketed. I'd report this, but I think maybe I shouldn't have been seeing with you. Is that correct?
Well, you are awfully close, sir. If you are to complain that I took something from you, then you're going to have to explain why you were so close to me.
Oh, she's got you there.
She does. I can't report this. Earlier, I was here with Madam Kate, who, in a moment of having my excitement in seeing Madam Kate with Madam Emily Jones, the mayor, I readily admitted that I knew Madam Kate more than I knew the mayor, which and now I'm feeling that perhaps I shouldn't have been so forward about that.
Well, if you really think about it, that is really the only other option that was available to me. And so in this way, taking just a little something from people that can afford it certainly protects my health, protects my safety, and it feeds my child.
Well, it's an honorable profession then, I'd guess?
Certainly a time-honored one.
Oh, yes. Well, the second oldest profession, perhaps. All right. Well, I think maybe we're good. I don't know what time it is, and I actually have lost my drink tickets and my wallet and my rings.
Well, my child thanks you, sir.
I guess so. I hope it eats well tonight.
Thank you for having us.
Arthur, good luck up in the gold mines, and I appreciate all your hard work, and stay away from this one. All right, we're going to go back to the party. Thank you.
Wood is my first love when it comes to building products. Anything inside the house that's wood is typically a Doug fir product. And for us, anything outside the house is typically a redwood product. Redwood and other wood products give us the ability to do anything we want with it. It can be functional and utilitarian, or it can be beautiful and ornate and a centerpiece.
Learn more about Humboldt Sawmill Lumber and Timbers at getredwood.com.
Well, hello, historical fans. Thank you for joining us at the Clarke Historical Museum's A Night at the Museum, an in-person and live streaming event. I'm sure you've got to enjoy some of the amazing characters we have running about the museum tonight. And now you're going to get the opportunity to sit down and enjoy some stories from some local amazing history buffs and folks who have engaged in our local history, like our next guest, Steve Payne. Steve Payne is someone that I've grown up with. He's been a community leader. Some have even called him the mayor of a small rural area that I grew up in called Willow Creek. He owned a few restaurants in the town and really was a huge community supporter for the kids, for the elders, and for the adults just walking through town. Not only is he been an amazing community advocate, but he has been a collector of our local history out in the Eastern Humboldt and Willow Creek areas. So tonight, join us as we sit down with Steve and wander through Willow Creek, California. Hi, Steve. Welcome. How are you tonight?
I'm doing very well. Thank you, Lania. How are you doing?
I'm wonderful. Maybe you could tell our audience, because we have people from all over the globe watching right now to tune into the information and the auction, where you're located.
Well, Willow Creek is located on a bend of the Trinity River in the easternmost corner of Humboldt County, right up against the South Fork, which is the Trinity County line. You go a little north of us to Soames Bar, you're at the Siskiyou County line. And so we're basically out here holding up the Great China Wall on the east side of Humboldt County.
Nice. And what would you say are some of your most favorite things about that area?
Well, obviously the ruggedness of the mountain terrain, the fishing, the hunting, and certainly particularly the history. It's an area where within minutes you can leave the hustle and bustle of life and return to nature and find a calming that's not available anywhere in an urban setting.
Yeah, I just recently moved back and it's been such a healing, wonderful experience.
Yeah.
We are also, I saw Heidi at the post office and we haven't seen each other in years. And it was like, we're all so nice. Willow Creek I've been lots of places, but Willow Creek is about one of the nicest places I have ever been. I'm kind of a stranger in the town and everybody's still really nice to me. A lot of people don't even know who I am. And I feel like that attributes a lot to yourself and a lot of the folks when we moved into the community in the 70s, what you guys were doing as a community back then. It really is a nice spot. So what's a little bit about your history? How did you get to Willow Creek, Steve?
Well, I grew up in Southern California, of course. I went to school at Cal State Long Beach, got a degree in political science. I grew up in the restaurant business, starting in the drive-in industry, where kids were cruising. I could have been an authority for the movie American Graffiti. It was basically my young life.
So, most folks probably don't even know about where's this Willow Creek. So I think maybe more now than they did 20 years ago because of Bigfoot. But what are some of the significant milestones in Willow Creek's history that you think have been impactful?
Well, there are some, a lot of interesting things. Willow Creek was founded basically as a supply base for the mining areas around Denny, and for many years the home of the Brizard store. There was a pack station, so they came over from the plaza in Arcata, came up over the trail over Brandon Mountain and dropped in there by the Brizard store, and there were corrals there along the Trinity River all through the 1850s to the 1860s to the early 1900s. And I think that it's being a supply base also made it the hub for an entire area. So even to this day, the area as far east as Big Flat, Big Bar, and as far north as Soames Bar, and the communities of Orleans, Witchpeck, Pequon, and even Hoopa find the crossroads at Willow Creek being the base of community for a much larger valley population. So our population, hits around 2,000, but I think we service an area of 15 to 20,000 people here in Willow Creek.
And I think it's important to note that the geography of the area is incredibly rugged and on canyon rivers. So the accessibility, which I could see why it's a hub, right? Because
it's almost impossible to realize how steep and treacherous it is. If you read Jedediah Smith's diary after he had been captured by the Spaniards in LA and kept in jail in Los Angeles, released and moved in early 1828 up to Sutter's Fort, where he was outfitted, going north up to the area around Red Bluff, and then cutting up what we would consider Highway 36 and over the mountain and into the Hind Palm, Hayfork and Hind Palm valleys. When he came up the South Fork, he had been the record breaker for the most furs taken in the Rocky Mountains and was a partner of the Rocky Mountain Company with Sublet. And he found that the South Fork area and our terrain and the steepness of it was the most treacherous he'd ever been in, barring anything he'd seen in the Rocky Mountains.
Wow.
So it is a rather remarkable country, and it's a rugged country, and it is challenging.
And so gold and trapping is the primary thing that brought the settlers into the region? Is that what I'm saying?
Yeah, if you go up on the Salmon River and you'll find the graves of Irish miners from the early 1850s, and you will think, how did these Irishmen get to Sawyer's Bar in the Salmon River drainage in the 1850s? I mean, they had how they came from San Francisco, whether by ship or overland, and then how did they get inland and traverse that rugged country and end up out in these gold fields in the middle of our river valleys here in the Six Rivers?
And how did they do that? Burros?
Well, obviously they obviously used mules and burros and what have you. The trade routes, I mean, the establishment of the mule traffic and pack trains is what supported all of the communities here. And basically the farm goods raised out here and shipped back to the coast the same way. It was funny in reading several of the tales of the pack trains coming out of the Arcata Bottoms and coming up, that frequently, once the mines had begun, a good portion of the burden that they were packing were whiskey barrels. And and when these packers had these whiskey barrels, after a season or two of packing these barrels in with whiskey in them, those barrels had little holes drilled all through them and toothpick-like sticks plugging them up where they had sipped on that whiskey coming up the mountains.
That's great. I wonder if those are the whiskey barrels that were being made in the Blue Lake area at the same time. So that was primarily all that whiskey was for the trappers and the gold miners. Basically, that's what was going on in the beginning of the settler times.
Well, that certainly was a good proportion of their supply base. Obviously, they wanted flour and coffee and sugar and those things, but when you looked at those packs, you frequently saw these big wooden barrels hanging on the sides, and normally those were full of whiskey.
So when I was a kid, we had a lot of, I grew up in Burnt Ranch, and we were a timber town. I mean, the mill really is what made the community grow. How did that transition come about between, mining and trapping? And then did we go into timber next? Is that what sustained our community?
it's strange today in a time when the extraction industries are under tremendous duress environmentally. So obviously we were mining, Humboldt County itself, mining, fishing, timber. Those are the core of what created our countryside. Obviously, the mining went on up in through the First World War, and there were some startups again in the Depression years when it was affordable to try and extract some gold from those mines, but that's gone. The timber industry started up, I recall, Wes Hotelling, who was our ranger here, and was raised, his father was a ranger up at Orleans, and he was raised in Orleans. In the early days of timber sales here in our area, which would have been the 1920s, people would come in and talk to Wes as the ranger and say, we'd like to cut some timber up here. And Wes would say, well, why don't you go ahead and we'll lay out a plot. And then once you find out what you end up with after you've cut those trees, transported those trees, milled those trees, and sold the material, we'll work out what it is. So in the early days, it might have been $1 a tree, if that. And frequently, Wes found himself in court where they would cross private land and later be sued. And those lawsuits against Wes had to be defended by Wes. The U.S. Forest Service wasn't protecting its people from making those kinds of mistakes in those days. But Wes was a remarkable man and wrote a wonderful book available at the Willow Creek Museum on the miners and the history of our area here. U.S. Constitution, a lot of things that came and formed the United States of America came out of the Iroquois Nation and their previous documentation of how to live together and how to live peacefully as a people and to be a tribe. And we learned from that. And I think our natives here basically have a lot of that in their oral history that is a tremendous still to be learned from.
Yeah, like we see that with forest fires, right?
Oh my goodness. We are now just reverting to what they've been trying to teach us for many years, how they preserved their bare grass and how they had these fires and how it kept them from being endangered by these enormous forest fires we've had in recent years. So yes, their practices were natural practices that worked. And obviously in the wisdom of our society, it took us a long time to listen. These stories were created by events. And these events precede all of us. And someone said, that's worth recalling. I'm going to tell my children this story. And that's why we still have it.
Yeah, and it's how we evolve in humanity is seeing what worked and what didn't. And I think also understanding that things like we just talked about a couple of different boom and bust economies, right? In our region, seeing that that's just part of the cycle so that we're resilient through the low parts, and know that the next wave is coming and be ready for it.
Hey, the resilience goes back to Mesopotamia, Greece, Rome, the ancient empires, the Ottoman Empire, the British Empire. I mean, basically, we are only a part of this history. We may one day be, again, an oral history for someone that said, there was once this wonderful country where these people were so happy and lived together in this wonderful land. I mean, that is the future, Lania.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. Well, thank you, Steve, for taking time out.
96 degrees in the shade. It's over 30 years. I have to represent and make sure the reggae music stay alive. Yes, man. All right, now this is Reggae on the River.
Hi, everybody. Thank you. You are tuning in to the Clarke Historical Museum's A Night at the Museum, an in-person and live streaming event. We've got an auction going on. You can check in the link below and check out the amazing items that we're auctioning off, such as rafting trips down the Trinity River and kayaking trips through Moonstone. Incredible experiences for tours and wineries and cannabis farms. Be sure to go and take a look so you can come and be a part of our Humboldt history as well, while we raise funds for our incredible Native American wing, Nelis Hall, here at the Clarke Museum. Tonight, you're going to get to listen to an incredible human in our Humboldt community, also a good friend of mine that I had the pleasure of going to high school with. Almy has been a great supporter of the Clarke Museum. He's helped produce a mural. He's one of the primary artists on a mural, The Sunset Twice, that you're going to hear us talk about. And he is carving the door that we are raising funds for to put on Nelis Hall to make sure that the environment is more contained for all of our precious artifacts. So thank you for joining us, audience. And I'd like to introduce to you to my friend, Almy Allen. Hi, Almy. How are you doing today?
Hey, I'm doing good. So good to be here. Happy to support.
Thank you. Thank you. Maybe just to start it off, you could give our audience a little idea of where you're streaming from and a little bit of your background of around Humboldt history and why this place matters to you.
Yeah, so today I'm coming to you from my home in McKinleyville, California. I've been here for quite a while. Backing it up a little bit, I've been on the coast for quite a while. But as you know me, Lelania, I grew up in Orleans, California, way up on the river, on the Klamath River, actually in the heart of the Klamath River. And we went to high school together at Hoopa High. And, you know, back in the day, I won't give away what year it was. I won't give us away. But yeah, as many know me now, you know, I'm an artist, traditional art of our native people, but also a contemporary artist. So coming at you in a couple different angles, and with the contemporary arts, you know, I think that I find it easier to make a broader impact in our community, showing you and painting you or carving you stories of our people. And with the traditional stuff, I like to say that, like, I start everything off with a traditional or cultural mindset with my work. And everything I do today in the contemporary is just a derivative of our old art. So I sort of commonly refer to them as like our old art and our new art. We're a cultural people living in today. You know, and so we're an adaptive people. And I think as Kaduk and Yurok people, we've had to be that way. So my background, you know, living in Kaduk country, on my grandfather's side, living on the land, basically right near the village site of where my people come from there. Same address for thousands of years. And so that was, you know, reflecting back on that, like how special that is to know that, you know, my ancestors are from like right over there where my house is that I grew up on. My people were right there. And yeah, so that's my connection, and that's where my heart is, and that land and that experience it just carries with me every day. And so in that regard, because of the land and that connection, I'm like very much traditionally Karuk. And although not to deny, I'm a Yurok tribal member. So on my grandmother's side, from slightly downriver, Witchpack, and below there, all the way down to Capel on my Yurok side, you know, I'm a federally recognized Yurok Indian. And so just kind of understanding that. And I think if you're from around Humboldt County, you know that, you know, a lot of the tribes here, we kind of participate and practice a lot of ways in common. Although languages can be entirely different, you know, entirely different. And so that, you know, that was my upbringing there on that little place along the Klamath River. And no better place to be, you know, is this region, this Humboldt County, Del Norte, Siskiyou, beautiful place, you know, would have it absolutely no other way.
A really special place. And you're a perfect example of how your ancestry can impact and empower your future. You know, how important that is to really becoming who you are in so many ways. You know, one of the things that I think is very interesting, because you did touch on this, we do have a lot of different bands, different tribes in our region, and there are so many differences in those, in the language being one of them. What would you say is the driving force behind that makes those little, you know, even though we're all one people, those little differences of the individual tribes?
Yeah, it's, you know, when you get to California, and this is why our history is absolutely kind of unique as far as the indigenous perspective, as well as many things, that there are nearly 200 tribal nations, tribes of California. And of those tribes, 150 languages. Distinct languages. So that makes California, if not, it is one of the most linguistically diverse places on the planet. There's very few places that compare to that. And I don't think a lot of people realize that. And, you know, that romanticized vision or version of Indians where we all speak the same language. Absolutely, absolutely false. 500 nations in the United States and about that many different languages. So imagine 500 languages, but 150 of them coming from California. So that's a pretty interesting fact. And they are, some of the languages are from totally different language families. And, you know, that's how quickly the tribes and the languages can change in Humboldt County. You know, I think there's like 9 different languages in Humboldt and Del Norte County. It's pretty interesting.
Can you tell us a little bit about the Karuk tribe and the history around it?
Yeah, so, you know, since way back, you know, the people were made here. We were created here. We were created for the land is the way that I was taught. The land wasn't created for us. We were created for it. And so for every bit of land in this world, there was a people that were created just for that land. And so that's kind of, without delving into creation stories and all of that, you know, so that's like who we are. And, you know, our very being is so related to connection with land, and, you know, how we speak to the land and how we conduct ourselves in the world is always giving that perspective. And you see it a lot, you know, with our world renewal ceremonies. So at the Clarke, there at Neelis Hall, you have this extraordinary collection of our things, our objects, our ceremonial items, really an essence of who we are. And when you break that all down, Karuk people, Yurok, Hupa, Talawadeni, Wiat, we are fix the earth people. We are world renewal people. And so at the foundation for all of us is this. So, and that was one of the observations. I'll be truthful, but ethnologists and anthropologists, they made those determinations as well. But we always knew that with this being born to this land, we have these commitments and things that were handed down all the way back to the spirit people, and then on to the humans, and we do things in a certain kind of way. And this is our rules. These are our laws, commandments to take care of the land. And so that's what world renewal is basically praying for the renewal of Earth and that commitment to the natural world so that it can take care of us.
What, we're fundraising right now. Part of the auction is to fundraise to get the door put in for Neelis Hall, which has practical reasons, but I'd be very interested if you're willing to share a little bit about what you're creating with the door.
Yeah, so come by the show. It'll be up tomorrow, and Arts Alive's this Saturday. So everybody check it out. It'll be up for 3 months. You're going to see a couple carved pieces, multimedia pieces that I've done. And with those two pieces, you'll get a little look of what the door might be. I'm not going to say is going to be, because it seems like everything I do is always like a little bit different. It's a journey, right?
Yeah.
We learn from the previous experience and take it into the next. So you'll see a little bit of that. And what I really like to do, and it started with my traditional carvings, where I would char them. I would, use a torch basically to blacken the wood, and then I'd carve back through it. And so our old way of carving like canoes was, hollowing it out by the use of fire. So here's that use of fire again, right? It was, we look at it as a destructive force today, but we harness that and use that. We would not be able to gut out a redwood canoe that's 20 some odd feet long without it. That and the old way of using stone tools. So what I've done in my artistic exploration, and a lot of it's walking backwards, is carving it the way we carve it today with power tools, but then stepping back into how we used to do it. And so I started charring my work to tribute the old way of carving. And then when I started burning the wood in places, I started liking that contrast, right? It's all about that contrast. And what is that contrast? What makes that? Why do we like that so much? And for me, my perspective on that is look at our baskets. Look at all the baskets that are there in the Neelis Hall. Look at how the weavers, the women, put that together. Get your eyes just draw to it, and there's no missing our basket patterns. And then things like our ihuk or our flower dance ceremony, the thukenha, the 111 tattoo that the women have, those took a while to come back. But what those are markers of is a culture that's healthy again. It's getting healthy again. That now we can bring back one of our most guarded things, We had to protect our people. And one way was like, we put all of that stuff away for a little while. We didn't want to, we had to.
Right.
And then today, like I said, very proud to see it's like all of this with the return of our essence of who we are. And we're living it. We're living it every day, but yeah, so that's sort of my summary on that. It's about the truth and acknowledging each other's existence and how we can learn from that. The things in that room at Neelis Hall, I would resource that time and time again as a young person when I moved to the coast, and sometimes just resourcing patterns and whatnot and go there looking for certain things. So it's been a learning tool. History is learning. And like I said, I'm honored to be here to help out in any way I can.
Thank you. I think, people go, oh, all those things, why are they so important? Well, that's exactly why they are so important. We have a lot of paper history and documented history through books and things like that, but the artifacts tell you the truth, and they give you a direct experience to carry into your experience instead of he said, she said, or the telephone line. Now you're in the room with the basket recreating instead of what someone else told you it was about.
Exactly. And so, and that's what's going to be cool about this door. And that's what's cool about that mural out there is that oftentimes we're taught through history and through this curriculum thing that's been punched into our heads over the years is that we think about Native Americans in the past tense, right?
Right.
We sort of were taught to think that way when we're very much here in the present. And so when we do things like this and allowing Native people to be in that space with you guys, you know, to be consulting on the things that are there, to be part of the living of out of our traditions, you know, all of those things that are there, you know, they're the art of our people. And these people, we're here. We're here today. We didn't go anywhere. You know, we're here to tell our own history now. So.
Owning a home sounded so ideal, but it felt so far off.
You walked us through all of the steps to becoming a homeowner.
You know, I came from a family that didn't have, you know, the opportunity to own a home. My mom, it gives her huge peace of mind knowing that we own the home that we're in.
If you dream of being a homeowner in Humboldt County, I'm Agent Annalise, and I would love to help you get your plans in place so when the moment is right, you can make your move.
And we're back here at the Clarke Historic Museum, and I'm in the Neelis Hall. And what a great event we're having tonight, a night at the museum, which is a fundraiser for Neelis Hall, which is, of course, the place where so many great indigenous artifacts and baskets and everything is taken care of. And they will be taking full ownership of this building, and this fundraiser will help with that. And also, we're going to get some beautiful hand-carved doors that will be installed here. What a great event. Catered by Brett Schuler, and what was very interesting is Brett using a book that he found here at the Clarke Museum about using indigenous local plants, stinging nettle, wild onion, created a menu here that incorporated a lot of that in there, and I can tell you it's really delicious. But tonight, right now, we have an interview with two of our important historical figures here from Humboldt County, from the war that ended all wars. We have Hiram Cottle, is that correct?
Yeah, Private Cowdill of the American Expeditionary Force.
And after the war that ended all wars, there was another one, and then subsequently, you are...
Kay got Chaffee.
Oh, wow. Kay, and you look like you are a pilot. Is that true?
That is very true.
And what kind of planes did you fly?
Well, my favorite was the Mustang P-51. Yeah.
That's a very fast aircraft.
But I actually flew over 17 different types of planes during my stint in World War II, which is more than most of the guys got a chance to fly. So
that's right, because so many pilots were trained on maybe one, maybe two aircraft, but you had to fly them all.
yeah, we had to ferry them where they needed to go and make sure that the gentlemen were available for combat. So it was quite the experience.
Wow, that's amazing. And so Hiram, you were in the war that ended all wars, but it didn't, obviously. You were an infantryman, is that what you were saying?
Yes, and there are many Humboldters who joined the infantry during the First World War, apparently there was. But yeah, among the American Expeditionary Force, you had men like William McBride, who was an immigrant from Ireland who joined over and fought in the Meuse River in the Argonne Forest.
Oh, wow.
And you had many other people who were in the engineers, like a local printer named Alfred Beaumont, or you had an optometrist in the artillery by the name of B.B. Bartlett.
Bartlett. Okay, that's quite interesting. And, you know, this war obviously touched even the most rural places, because Humboldt County back then was pretty darn small.
Oh, absolutely. You had everything from farmers to woodsmen to everyone from an immigrant to a local descendant from the pioneer families to Hoopa and Yurok peoples, all joining in the American Expeditionary Force.
And it must have been quite the change from here to go to Europe and fight the Huns, as they said back then.
Yeah, you mistake my name for Herman. I was like, but
no.
But there were plenty of there were still plenty of wonderful people from Austria, from Switzerland, even from Germany who came from Humboldt County and fought with the American Expeditionary Force.
Oh, that's awesome. Now, Kay, after the war, you didn't stop flying, is that correct? And you played an important role in an event that occurred in Humboldt County.
The 1964 floods, yeah. I started flying again after taking a break for a while, and I ended up flying missions that were basically ferrying people and things that were needed to different parts of Humboldt. I did a lot of trips up what we call the Silver River, basically flying up the coast to Crescent City and back. I was not used to flying in the kind of weather that we had going on during that storm, so that's how I started out.
I would suspect that when you're ferrying planes from World War II, you'd be doing that during good weather because you'd schedule those.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the Silver Ribbon, not the Silver River. I'm old. I'm allowed.
That's okay. I mean, you were flying planes in World War II, so you're certainly older than I am. In 1964, if I recall correctly, was the largest domestic airlift in history up to that point in Humboldt County. My parents, in fact, lost their house in 1964.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, we found it later. No. It was buried by a mudslide next to the Eel River, and they ended up bulldozing it. Yes, so it makes a great family story. I don't remember. I was in my mother at the time. Let's just say she was pregnant. No, my mother was pregnant. But at Christmas, they lived down by Miranda and lost their house. So Hiram, you obviously made it back from World War I, which we call it now. You probably don't remember it's called that, but you were in the Great European War, or whatever they call it then, or the war to end all wars. Anything else that you did after the war that you can talk to me about?
Life was pretty uneventful. Most of the other veterans that took part in had, more important things to do. I know William McBride returned to being a woodsman. I know that Alfred Beaumont returned to the Humboldt Times and printed wonderful articles. Bartlett returned to being an optometrist. Unfortunately, there were many that didn't make it home. 66 names still sit on the honor roll, but each one of them is very fondly remembered. And many of them still will be remembered even for the things they did after the war.
Well, I recognize the name Bartlett as a local name. I recognize the name McBride as a local name. And so these stories still touch the families in the community now. And you mentioned 66 people. That was a lot, would be a lot for now, but back then Humboldt County was a lot smaller. So Kay, in 64 you flew, and then what else? I mean, you were involved in other things in the community, if I recall.
I taught at HSU. We did not call it Cal Poly back then, and I started by teaching PE. It was a very small department, 2 men and me, and then I started teaching dance. A lot of folk dancing. Started a annual Maypole celebration, a May Day celebration. Worked with the Audubon Society. Kept myself busy.
And did you write a book, or was there a book written about you?
I have written several books. I wrote one about flying the flood. I wrote one about the women in the WASPs at the time. I was gonna write one. Oh God, what was that last one? This was when I was in my 90s, and I really just don't quite remember the details of that one. But yeah, I wrote 4 books.
That's okay. I'm in my 50s, and I don't remember a lot either. And so, Hiram, you returned to Humboldt County and made your way. You look spiffy in this. This is your actual uniform from the Great War?
Mostly.
All right. Well, it's a great night tonight. The auction is still going on. It goes on until May 10th, and that's online. So to go to the ClarkeMuseum.org and look it up. And that's Clarke with an E, named after, of course, Cecile Clarke. And we'll be back later. Stay tuned, because we're going to have an amazing regalia dance later featuring some very beautiful and historic regalia made and performed by local folks from the Trinidad Rancheria. So stay tuned, and we'll see you later. Thanks.
Welcome everybody to the Clarke Historical Museum. Let's head inside and see what Humboldt County's largest museum has to offer. My name is Josh Buck, and I'm the Executive Director Curator of the Clarke Historical Museum located here in Old Town Eureka. I'd like to welcome you to Night at the Museum, one of 3 major fundraisers that the Clarke will be hosting just this year alone. It's with your invaluable support that these events are made possible, and I thank each and every one of you for joining us, whether you're here in person or watching this from home. As always, I'd like to thank the man behind the camera, Jay Tillman, for his excellent live streaming service that he provides. This event would not be possible without his help. Today I'm going to be telling you a bit about the Clarke and what our mission is all about. The mission of the Clarke Historical Museum is to celebrate the rich and varied history of Northwestern California by preserving, sharing, and interpreting that history in ways that increase knowledge, engage the mind, enrich the spirit, and stimulate the imagination. This museum was the idea of our founder, Cecile Clarke. She was a former high school teacher at Eureka High, and she had a mission in mind, which was to share as much of Humboldt's history as she could with her students. It got to the point where she actually had a 2-story structure on campus at Eureka High dedicated to sharing all things concerning Humboldt's history. Eventually, though, they approached Cecile and said, you know, we love what you're doing, but we actually need this space. So what better way to carry on her legacy than to identify a new place for all of this to carry on? And that's exactly what she did. In 1958, the building that we are now standing in closed. It was the former Bank of Eureka and the Savings Bank of Humboldt County, built in 1912. Cecile took note of this, and with the vast inheritance that she had acquired from the sale of her parents' sheep ranch, she was able to purchase this structure. And ever since 1960, it has remained Humboldt County's premier destination for all things Humboldt history. The Clarke Museum is particularly unique. Most museums up and down the West Coast will usually have exhibits made that stay up for many, many years. We're a bit different. At least 3 to 4 times a year, we will have massive exhibit rotations. Right now behind me, we have the main hall, which is filled with the history of Humboldt County's food and drink enterprises. Everything from ranching to indigenous food production, local restaurants, stores, you name it. Even items from the Samoa Cookhouse are here. At any given time, only about 1% of the museum's collection is on display, believe it or not. And I'm going to be showing you a bit around today, so you'll get to see all kinds of cool things that we have in store for you. As part of our Food and Drink of Humboldt County display here at the Clarke Museum that you can visit anytime between now and the end of August, we have borrowed several artifacts from the Samoa Cookhouse, which dates back to 1893. Lumberjacks and those who worked for local companies such as the John Vance Lumber Company, Hammond Lumber, Pacific Lumber, and many more worked up quite an appetite. These folks would truly enjoy a Paul Bunyan-sized breakfast without any doubt. If you were working in a local lumber camp and feeding a huge task force of those who were going out into our local woods, you had to make sure that you not only cooked quantity, but you cooked with quality. And that is exactly what took place here for many, many decades. We have a massive collection of birds here at the Clarke Museum, and for the first time in almost a decade, they are all on display, which is very exciting. You have everything that you would find from the tidal mudflats of the Arcata Marsh to the owls that soar through the trees here locally. And we have many variations, my personal favorites being the stout emperor goose, in that case over there, or Charlie the California condor. It's very exciting news on the condor front, as condors used to be native to Humboldt County, but not until fairly recently were they actually here. When settlers first arrived in Humboldt in 1850, they found that the condor was an indigenous species. However, due to the lead shot that they were using, birds such as Charlie over there, who's just over 100 years dead, would ingest the carcasses that were left in the woods, and they would become poisoned by that lead shot. Eventually, the numbers of the California condor began to dwindle. It's very exciting news that the Yurok tribe has led an initiative to restore the California condor to Humboldt County, having released 4 condors within the last couple of years. Here we are in the marvelous and stunning Victorian room, another cornerstone of the Clarke Museum. This room is more or less what it would have been like to be a very wealthy individual living during the Victorian era. The Victorian era ended with the death of Queen Victoria of England in 1901. However, because it took so long for trends to reach from the east coast of the United States to the west coast, we figure here in Humboldt County that the Victorian era truly ended in about 1910, and that's reflected in our local architecture. I'd like to welcome you all to the gun room of the museum, which is definitely one of our fan favorites. It is one of the few rooms at the Clarke that is more or less a permanent exhibition. And it is. Year-round, you can come down to see a variety of firearms, many of which are local. But many more are from all around the world. We also have many swords as well, some of which belong to local fraternal groups, and we do have one samurai sword that was brought back during World War II from Japan. As far as the firearms go, we have several Derringer pistols, revolvers, shotguns, rifles, you name it. It's all here. I bet you didn't think that this would be a behind-the-scenes tour as well. This is one of my favorite rooms here at the Clarke, and it is the photo room. We have photos of just about every topic that you could think of concerning local history. Everything from military photos to local businesses, maritime history, and of course, local lumber history. Box after box in here has photographs and real photo postcards that really are worth 1,000 words for every shot that you can come and take a look at. This room of the museum is Nelis Hall, built in 1979 to honor and educate about the North Coast tribes and their history as Humboldt County's first peoples. I highly encourage you to come down and check out the wonderful displays curated by our Nelis Hall curator, Jasmine Brown. Many of the exhibits focus on several primary tribes, such as the Wiyot, the Yurok, the Hupa, the Karuk, and many, many more. This case right here features everything from wolf moss to porcupine quills, hazel sticks, spruce root, all of which would be used to make many of the baskets that you can see here at the Clarke Museum. One of the big undertakings that we have set out to achieve this year is to fundraise $35,000 for a variety of projects pertaining to this side of the museum. The primary of which is that this structure was actually built as an add-on to the original structure. It was built in 1979 thanks to a cooperative grant between the City of Eureka and the Clarke Museum. After many years of ownership by the City of Eureka, the Clarke will soon assume full ownership, and that concerns several things such as transfer fees and general maintenance, as well as increased building insurance that will ultimately make us need to raise more funds this year. In addition to that, our idea is to install a beautiful hand-carved redwood door constructed by a task force of folks, but ultimately will be hand-carved by Karuk artist Almi Allen, who has very graciously offered up his time to help us on a variety of fronts on this matter. With your support, we will be able to achieve this, and you can do so by becoming a member of the museum, swinging by and giving us a general donation, or you can always donate online as well. We'd like once again to thank all of those who are both in person and watching at home. I encourage you to check out the auction that is available for perusing online, and you can bid to your heart's content. And rest assured, for every single dollar that you spend, it will help us achieve our mission of preserving the rich and varied history of not only Humboldt County, but Northwestern California as a whole.
home sounded so ideal, but it felt so far off.
You walked us through all of the steps to becoming a homeowner.
You know, I came from a family that didn't have, the opportunity to own a home. My mom, it gives her huge peace of mind knowing that we own the home that we're in.
If you dream of being a homeowner in Humboldt County, I'm Agent Annalise, and I would love to help you get your plans in place so when the moment is right, you can make your move.
Wood is my first love when it comes to building products. Anything inside the house that's wood is typically a Doug fir product. And for us, anything outside the house is typically a redwood product. Redwood and other wood products give us the ability to do anything we want with it. It can be functional and utilitarian, or it can be beautiful and ornate and a centerpiece.
Learn more about Humboldt Sawmill Lumber and Timbers at getredwood.com.
It's over 30 years. I have to represent and make sure the reggae music stay alive. Yes, man. All right, now this is Reggae on the River.
Hello, everyone. This is a reminder that we have many great auction items available for you to browse and bid on to support our mission. With your support, we will all be able to accomplish several goals this year, including funding for the installation of a hand-carved door that will separate the main hall and Neelis Hall here at the Clarke Museum. Karuk artist Almi Allen will be responsible for carving this door, and we look forward to bringing to life a plan that is multiple years in the making. I am joined today with the Executive Director of the Point Arena Lighthouse in Mendocino County, Mark Hancock. Welcome, Mark.
Well, I'm glad to be here, Josh, and I hope that everyone's having a great time at your wonderful event.
Thank you. Mark, could you tell our audience more about your experience of working for the Point Arena Lighthouse?
Well, I've been with the Lighthouse for about 9 years now, and it is absolutely and truly a labor of love. Running the 154-year-old light station. I have an absolutely wonderful staff that takes care of our 7 vacation cottages and studios that we rent out. Represents about
Was that oh, here we go. Great countdown there, Jay. Thank you. We're back at Neelis Hall here at the Clarke Historic Museum at the Night at the Museum event. What a great time we're having tonight. We're raising funds for the Neelis Hall. This will help the museum take full ownership of this beautiful facility, and also will go towards the carving of some beautiful doors by a local craftsman, indigenous craftsman, that will adorn this very special place that we have here in the city of Eureka. And I'm with Jasmine again. Hi, Jasmine. Jasmine, of course, is the curator of the collection here in the Neelis Hall. And Jasmine, we are going to see something pretty darn special here soon, aren't we?
Yes, absolutely. So what we're going to be seeing here in just a few moments is called a Regalia Dress Walk. What that is it's somewhat like a fashion show, but with traditional regalia from the local tribes. So we'll have a handful of young girls. They range in age from 5 to mid-teens. So we have some girls that's the first time that they've ever worn a dress before. It's the first time they've ever done something like this. So we're teaching the next generation while also teaching the community about what these dresses are and the importance of them to the tribes today, as well as their importance in history. So we'll be seeing dresses from the Neelis Hall collection, as well as from Trinidad Rancheria, with necklaces, both from both places, as well as hair minks. So similar to what I'm wearing, but it will be in the girls' hair wrapping their braids. They'll have ceremonial caps on, and you'll be able to hear what was called the Regalia's song. So as each girl walks by, each dress will jingle and dance as she walks with the different adornments of abalone, pine nuts, beads, buckskin, and each one will sing its own individual song. So that's a piece you don't normally get to hear when you're just seeing it stagnant on a mannequin.
That sounds amazing. And these aren't just beautiful works of art, but they have significant meaning traditionally and spiritually and signified rites of passage or other things like that. Is that not right?
Absolutely. So a couple of the girls will be wearing what's called maple bark skirts, and then the other girls will be wearing what's called ceremonial shell dresses. And each one has a different role in different ceremonies. The maple bark skirts traditionally would have been the everyday wear, as they're more functional than the shell dresses, and there's a lot more ability to sort of do everyday things in that than there is in shell dresses, where there's different religious taboos put on what you can and can't do in those. So the girls, while they're wearing their dresses tonight, are not able to sit down, they can't eat, they can't go to the bathroom, they can't look down, they have to have their head up. So there's a lot of responsibility that these young girls have tonight wearing these outfits. So it's a lot more than just wearing some regalia. There's a lot to it.
Well, that's amazing. And, hello. Someone coming through the shot. Okay, there we go. This is the great thing about being live. Anyone can just walk through and have a good time. So this is going to start in just a few minutes, and I hope people will stay online and watch this. We've also have, I see some traditional basket weaving and acorn processing going on here. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely. We have basket weaving happening with Shirley Laus, as well as acorn cracking, and then we have baskets out that are all related to the acorn process, because it's more than just gathering and cracking acorns and then grinding them into flour. There's quite a few steps, and each step has its own basket. So if you have the time, definitely stop and talk to Shirley and the crowd with the acorn processing, and let them know that you're interested, and maybe you can crack some acorns.
We can get some acorn soup later. Is that right?
Yes.
Very good. And the baskets here are just amazing. I mean, I come in here more than once, but look, we're live on the air, and we're having a great time with everyone just walking into our shots. That's okay. We're getting ready to start the regalia. Maybe we'll cut it off here, and stay tuned, and we'll see some beautiful regalia come out very shortly, and then we'll be back later. Thank you.
I'm a former Clarke board member and a current member of the Neos Hall Committee. I'm going to step out of the way so you can see the beautiful girls. And we're going to do what's called a dress walk so that you can see currently upstairs, sitting in its boxes, waiting to be loved. And our hope is, as we're working on the loan collection policy, some of these things can come back out to dance again. I have very special feelings for many of these items. This dress in particular is made by my great-great-auntie and hasn't danced ever. So I'm going to go ahead and have the girls start, and I'll just give you a little bit of information about what they're wearing. This is Harmony, Hawk, and Taylor. She's an enrolled member of the Trinidad and Korea, and she's wearing a dress that was owned by my great-great-grandmother, Steve and then it was my grandmother's Billy Summer, and now belongs to my auntie Lisa Summer, who's in the house tonight. She's also wearing a Clarke Museum cap and a case that is hers that was made for her for the coming of age ceremony. Katira is an enrolled member of Trinidad and Korea. She is wearing a Clarke Museum bark skirt, cap, and then necklaces belong to the park that have been part of the collection, and then makes that belong to me. Is this the first time you're dressed in Regalia, Katira? It's the first time. Nice. You're all here to witness it. Okay. Next up is Keilani. Keilani is also an enrolled member of the Trinidad and Korea. She's wearing a Clarke Museum dress and cap and necklaces. It's a little bit long, so you're being very careful not to step on the bridge. She's feeling very good at it. And this is her first time doing a dress walk, so you're totally allowed to clap for her. You're doing such a good job. Maybe a while ago. It would have been a while, yeah. She's also wearing necklaces from my collection, the Trinidad and Korea collection, and the Clarke. And it's her first time. We have Isabel Child. Has been coming to the Clarke and working with the Clarke as a docent and junior docent since she was young, right? So she spends a lot of time talking about these items that she's wearing when she gets to wear this dress. As I said, it's made by Humboldt and cake made by me. The hat she's wearing, you know, is an Edward hat. It's beautiful. And Isabel, like Rachel said, has been working as a junior docent. She wore the dress that Keilani is wearing when she was 5½. And in the corner of that case right there, if you look, you'll see a picture of Isabel when she was 5½, wearing that dress. And now she's growing up and wearing other dresses. But take a look at that picture as you go by. Isabel is there. And that one was her first dress walk. Yeah, payment for a boat with multiple strands. In pre-contact times, men would have tattoos on their arms that were a measurement for lengths of gentillion. And so this was a traditional form of money. Also, Harmony's wearing these flower shells. They're also called money shells. You can't see it really under here, but people would buy medicine for women to come heal them, or they could buy a boat, or you could buy a wife. It was one of the forms of.
Could you buy a husband? Didn't rule.
They are money.
With the times.
Yes, Kayla says, provide a mother. How old are the hats? Some of them, they're mostly from the early, 20th century, early 1900s. I would have to probably look at the records. The only one who I know who the maker is this one. This is a Betty Rubin cat, and she's a master weaver. Her photos on the wall somewhere in here. And this is probably from, she was active in the early 1900s, in that sort of made for trade period.
The two work caps that the girls are wearing are late 1800s.
Late 1800s for the two work caps on Katira and Kamaya. Any other questions?
How long did the cake take?
I can't hear you.
How long did the cake take to make?
This is a good question. I know that was gifted to Harmony by her grandparents, but it takes a long time to prepare. The cake that Isabel's wearing, it's beaded. I made this, and it was maybe my third one. It took me 2 months to do after work when I was sitting on the couch. But you have to size out. You have to size out every single piece of the gentillion, sand them down, slow them down. If you're fast, it could be much shorter. I'm a very slow worker. I'm a perfectionist. So. Yes?
The shells on the cake, the money shells, were they locally done?
They're mostly from north of us. They're like Colder Waters. These are a big trade item. In like Puget Sound, north Washington coast. You couldn't find them here. But they like colder waters.
Are they still found?
Yes, most of the people are getting materials from India and Korea now. It's hard to find the kind that we could use. These pieces that Isabel's wearing are different pieces. They're called jewelry. That's what we would have used and traded. If you can see the trade of these shells all the way into the plains. If you look at the women from the Lakota and Dakotas, they wear capes like that, or they'll have dresses that have a top of gentillion and the altitude on the bottom. So people traded these throughout.
As far east as Nebraska. How was that in time?
I don't know the answer to your question. But it was gifted to Harmony last summer, and she did her presentation.
So I remember when the ceremony came back,
the bark skirts. These ones are, we wanted to feature the Clarke collection, so most of these are quite old. The dress that Harmony's wearing that belongs to Lisa Summer was completed, I think, in 1930. So it's almost 100 years old. This one, do you remember the age on this, Jasmine, of Auntie Ines?
I think the
had that had watch hearts. I've seen people put bullet casings to make noise. So we really start to see the influx of trade goods and close contact as people having access to other items. So this is made of buckskin. There's a dress on display somewhere that is made of military canvas tarp, right, and sheeted purse. So people were starting to take apart things that they could find and add them to. We have a question over here, but how much do the dresses weigh? Well, how much do you feel like this is? So this dress has a full wrap, bare grass wrap. It's got really kind of smaller shells. It does have quite a bit of fabric. This is probably about 30 pounds. This one that Harvey's wearing also has the same style where it's a full bare grass wrap with cloud shells. This one we've actually weighed is 45 pounds, not including her necklaces. So you have to be tough, right? You joke around. So I'm a Yurok person. These girls are all Yurok people. We've got the strong Yurok lady calves, right? I do want to say, I'll never forget, your grandmother's dress and your other ancestors' dress that Harvey is wearing. That was the first dress I ever wore as a teenager in a dress walk. It's always been my favorite dress ever since then.
So, Harmony, the shells on the mid part, not the outline.
What are those? These here? They're small clowns. People will tell you different that they're butter clowns. They're a whole shell. They're a whole crown shell. Oh, they're very small. Yes. Any other questions? We've got two here.
Are the dresses typically passed down? And in what instance would there be a new one made?
Yes, dresses can be passed down. As I said, this dress belongs to my great-great-grandmother. And so, as girls now are starting to have ceremonies, as ceremonies are being revitalized, a lot of new dresses are being made. It's one of the things that many folks that work and families are working with these young girls to make them regalia owners, to create new pieces. Because a lot of pieces maybe didn't get passed down, and they end up in places, in the case of this dress, in a museum, where they're not coming out to dance anymore, where they're not part of that ceremony. So having them come out to even do this, to join us, to let you hear their songs, to have these young women wear them, particularly for the pieces that are in the case and not living to their purpose, per se, because they were created for a ceremony. Some things were created for trade, right? So you can say they're living their purpose. I believe the Clarke should let everything go. Come out to dance at least, if not come home. That's all another question for you.
Do they get washed, or how would you wash that?
So you would not wash buckskin with water, right? Because it will cause it to get hard, stiffen. They get stiffened by sweat, so you have to air them out. You know, I have this, the way I store this is an old hard side Samsonite suitcase, right? But it comes out every so often and airs out. And you can do leather, I don't trust it, but you could do like leather conditioners, right, and take care of it so it stays supple. But you have to make sure that you're not spilling, so they're not eating, right, when they're dressed. You're not drinking things around them. Earlier today, I was actually making a dress for two feathers and had spaghetti hands. I was like, don't touch the dress with spaghetti hands, niece. And then she's like, oh, I messed something up. What I do? I touched it with spaghetti hands. But I'm going to cover it up with shell, and that'll be part of it. It's the spaghetti dress. So, with the bark skirts, though, yes, you absolutely wash them. You can get them wet. It's good to get them wet and straighten them out. One thing about maple bark is that it has antibiotic properties. So as you wear it and you're running in it and you do a bathing, like you do a spiritual bath in it, right? It's one of the things that a young girl would do during a coming of age ceremony. You're getting it wet, and that allows the medicinal properties of the maple to absorb into your skin. So you're contributing to your own wellness by creating and wearing maple bark skirts. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
The dress also right, inner skirt, is that the pine nut?
This here?
Uh-huh.
Yes,
No,
the
the
apron.
no,
So it has two
the
parts.
far right.
This here. Can you turn to? Here.
Are those pine nuts?
On this apron, there's wrapped bear grass here. These are small clam shells with an underlayer of wrapped bear grass. Then there's bear grass braids and abalone. Then on the side here, where you see this reddish color, that is alder dyed with warrior fern.
Do you have one with the pine nuts?
There are pine nuts right here. There are pine nuts right here. And there's pine nuts right here. Down the apron. So
this is the alder, the alder dye woodworking fern. It's a lighter color, depending on what is used. But this is what that darker wrap is.
So I saw one more question there.
Were dress making a collaborative process between many people to make one dress?
It can be, yes. Today there's community classes and community dresses that, so the Trinidad Rancheria has currently 4 community dresses that go out to dance, and lots of women would get together and prepare the materials. And it's hard a little bit to manipulate the materials and sew things on as multiple people, but someone could work on the apron while someone else works on the skirt. People make the necklaces. There are many girls as they're getting ready for their coming of age and working on the new regalia where all of the women that are part of that ceremony for her come together and work on different pieces, so they're putting their prayers in that for her. Yes.
Was regalia for men always made by men, or was there regalia made by women, or men for women, or women for men?
So there are restrictions on women making men's regalia when they are of childbearing age. But women who are no longer able to bear children have work on men's things. And there's crossover things too, like a jump dance basket, which I believe is on display now too, where the women would leave the mat and then do the finished work. So there's always a balance.
Is there anything about the song?
Yes. And that's my final answer. I have time for one more question because our girls are getting ready to get undressed. Last thoughts?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us at the Clarke Historical Museum's A Night at the Museum fundraising event. Be sure to visit the online auction and bid on some amazing Humboldt experiences like kayaking, river rafting, and regional tours. Your support will help us maintain Neelis Hall and the Indigenous cultural heritage it holds. My name is Jasmine Brown, and I am the Curator Registrar of Neelis Hall. I am here today with Elaine Garcia. Elaine, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, okay, how cool. My name is Lane Garcia. I'm a Coastal Band member, Shumash from Ventura. My family comes from Santa Cruz Island, which her real name is Limu, but that's where we come from. I am here in Northern California. I grew up here. My children are Kaduk. I've lived here for quite a while, and I work for the Kaduk tribe in the People Center Museum and libraries. And I'm also a tribal librarian here, but I'm the museum person. That's my favorite job.
Awesome. Thank you, Elaine. All right, so we're just going to start off talking about your history. You said that you're Chumash and you come from which of the islands? I'm sorry.
Limu, the big one, Santa Cruz Island.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Of course, I'm from the mainland because where people were taken off, but that's where my bloodline comes from. So that's the village I originate from. That's my creation spot.
Absolutely.
Which is the big creation spot.
That's
for all
amazing.
Chumash people. We were created on Santa Cruz Island, and then we came over a bridge to the mainland and then spread. And then, but some of us still have, it didn't come over till later, so the bloodline's still there. We come, that's where I come from.
Beautiful, beautiful. So your family stayed on the island longer.
I don't know how that happened.
Yeah.
No, but that's, yeah, so there's something, maybe we came over later at the last ones. I don't know.
Interesting. Very interesting. And then, so you live in Happy Camp now?
I live in Happy Camp, yeah, on the Klamath River, the beautiful Klamath River, the free Klamath River.
Yes.
So,
yeah.
yeah.
How's that? How's that
Yeah,
been?
beautiful. It's wonderful. She's flowing really strong. She's strong right now. And she's strong when she's low too. But she's the water's actually clearing up already.
I was gonna say I saw that the water's clearing up. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not gonna take that long to restore itself. So we're hoping that it's gonna all be great this summer and stuff. We didn't get a lot of snowpack for the the creeks to come in, but it's going good.
Yeah.
At the top of the dam, I heard it's going good up there. They're planting trees.
Good.
Trees. So it's gonna all be good.
And you were saying you're also the tribal librarian. Is that through the Karuk People's Center work that you do?
Yes. So we have two tribal librarians. Barry Talley's the head librarian, and I'm her like an assistant. I'm the library technician as well. So we have a big library downriver that has novels and like cookbooks and like good sized children's section, all kinds of stuff, mysteries and all kinds of books like that.
Cool.
There's a whole huge wall of them. Plus it's a computer center. And we also have a digital library called SipNook. I'd like everybody to sign up for SipNook. That's a great place to go, for the depository to find everything. SipNook is actually cut for the large storage baskets. So this is what our library's large storage basket. Everything's in it, but everything is in it. It's so much reading. It's so much reading. It's a fabulous place to be.
I use that resource a lot.
Do you? Yeah. I mean, anybody going to college that wants to learn something like that, it's a great place to go learn anything. Anyone.
Yeah.
So, and then after that, then you can go find your people after that, But we have a small library here. And then because it's in the museum, so it's native books because it's actually in the museum. So we try to keep it like that,
Awesome.
But then there is a children's section and try to add to it. I wish there was more native books, but more native children's books are coming up.
They really are.
They really are, aren't they?
It's been amazing to see.
It's been amazing since I've just been working here. It's been like I was like when they first started, there wasn't any. And I mean there was a few, but like because when my kids were little, I found a few, but now there's just coming out. I've even got a couple ideas myself in my head.
I was gonna say it's probably from people like you who grew up without them and now they have kids of their own and they're like, well, there's a void I need to fill.
It's a big deal to see somebody your color up there, and it really is.
I have one last question for you, and it's why does history matter to you?
Oh, you know what? I love to read, and I love people, and I love people, and I love that. Growing up, just being a person, my father taught me that there's all different kinds of tribes in other countries, not just ours. And I was like, what? So I got to learn about these other people, like the Scottish people. They're salmon people. They are salmon people. They fight for their water and their salmon as well.
and it's everywhere. So when you learn about history, it's just everywhere. You have to learn about history. You have to know your past, and and learn about other people's past too. It'll give you compassion for other tribes, other races and stuff, and teach your children. The world is full of history. I'm a dinosaur person too.
Oh, me too.
Are you? I love dinosaurs. I don't tell everybody because everybody's like, nobody cares. I'm like,
I do.
and they're so neat. And it's like, if you look at the timeline of a human and how timelines of how many timelines are of dinosaurs and how long they roam the planet compared to us, we're like a speck.
We're just like,
we don't even matter.
The tiniest, like,
yes,
pinhead.
It's almost embarrassing. It's like, we didn't even do it. So we think we're really magnificent.
I know. What is it that they say? It's like if the entire geological history of the universe was on a calendar, humans would arrive at like 11:58 on December 31st.
Oh my God.
It's like we are among the last arrivals.
Have you been to the Smithsonian in Washington, D.C.?
I went to the Natural History Museum in New York, but I haven't gone to DC. Yeah.
They have a T-Rex there, and I've been waiting to see him since I was or a girl. I don't know if I was since I was young, and I actually got to see it, and it wasn't as gigantic as the movies make them say they are.
Right.
But still, it's still scary. I'm like, his teeth are like that long, but he was pretty amazing. And they have this dinosaur leg that they found. So it's sliced up. So one of the slices is in there and it's all crystallized. So the marrow turns to amethyst.
Wow.
So whatever chemical composition happened where he died or she
mineralized in some
way. And it's just, I mean, somebody's leg bone, but it's still beautiful.
I know.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah. No, I'm a huge dinosaur nerd.
I didn't know that. That's
I get teased in archaeology because archaeologists are always fighting the trope that they do excavate dinosaurs. They're like, no, that's paleontology.
That's paleontologist, yeah.
And I came into archaeology because it was as close as I could get to paleontology in Humboldt.
Really?
But then I found the whole world of anthropology and realized that's where I belonged to begin with.
Yeah.
So
Humans are amazing.
We are.
I think humans are amazing.
Yes.
I think we're absolutely wonderful. And like today, in this day and age, they're finding out like things like plants that we knew that make us do this, that make us feel better, whatever, they're like, oh, we just discovered that this plant makes you, and I was like, we knew that like thousands of years ago.
Exactly.
We knew that thousands of years ago.
Yeah. I was talking to Shoshone Hostler, and she had done a presentation and she was talking about the maple bark skirts and about the healing properties of the maple and how it's on the woman's waist. It's right above your ovaries and everything. And so when you're menstruating, it is giving you pain relief. It's healing you in the process. So it's one of those things where it's just like, it was known.
It was known. Baby rattles are made out of willow. Willow is an aspirin, and when you chew on it, it's an aspirin for your for the little gums in their face and stuff. Yeah, I save my bark off my willow to use it. It's at home drying right now.
Wonderful.
Yeah, there's so many things tied into everything. And these are your teachings from creation. To us, every single tribe on the planet was given instruction by the creator, by the universe, on how to keep our world in balance. And, a lot of tribes have lost their way all over the world. And I'm not talking about just North America.
Right.
We had other religions pop in and change it.
Yeah.
And they lost their way. And they're not tribes people anymore. But there is still a lot of tribes, not just in North America, that function as tribes and do their ceremonies like they're supposed to.
Exactly.
Keep our world in balance. You have to do your renewal ceremonies.
Yes, and it all works together. The knowledge, the ceremonies, the cultural ties, all of it goes together to keep that balance.
I grew up in archaeology as well. So my parents where we come from, my mother has some friends that were archaeologists. Well, my mother, when I was a little girl, I was about 5 or 6, she knew where her villages were, and they were excavating and building. So she went there on her own, not with her tribe, not with anybody. It was just my mom, my brother, and me, and me. She put us on the side of the hill to sit down while she went and confronted these people digging up her village.
Wow.
Or any villages in Ventura County, in Ventura, where we're from. So she met a man named Clay Singer, and an archaeologist, and then our lives went through there. I actually have a grandson named after him. He was my uncle, not my blood uncle, but he was my uncle. He
Wow.
passed away not long ago, but he was a specialist in lithics and very well known through his community and his work, you know, through the United States. But we have other archaeologists that we grew up with. My parents have a cultural resource business.
Oh, really?
Alclan Consultants.
Oh, cool.
And protecting our sites. And,
Yeah.
And my parents are elderly now, so they're retired, but that's was going for a long time.
That's really cool, because I know a lot of the discussion around Indigenous archaeology has only started in the last handful of years.
We're just coming up.
Yeah,
So
but
during the 80s, Alclan Consultants was really big. And what happened in Southern California, we don't own anything.
Right.
Nothing is ours.
Yeah.
Target is on a Target, there's a Target, or there's a Walmart is on a burial site, and they were not going to stop. There is no stopping us. So all we could do is stand there and wait for our people to come up, and then try to get them. Of course, the construction workers are always awful. Anyway, I know that's always weird. It hurts, but there's people in there now that don't think like that. They're not like that anymore.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, hey, this is supposed to go back. Yeah. So
It's
it's actually really
exciting.
nice talking to a lot of these people that I've talked to in universities.
Yes.
And they're so kind, and they're like, well, they're so kind. So it's always, I haven't had any bad experiences yet so far.
Good. That's
Yeah,
awesome to hear.
I know, it's really, really amazing. I'm
It's
pretty happy about it.
definitely like a total flip from
Yeah.
the way that institutions and other museums that have been holding these cultural heritage pieces have been for the past 100+ years.
Yes.
It's like now, I mean, it shouldn't have taken that long, but
No.
here we are now, and
It's
we're
moving
grateful to
along.
be here.
Yes. And in time too, some of the stuff was preserved.
Yeah, absolutely. There's definitely pieces of cultural heritage within these institutions that were just lost from the community entirely. So it becomes a renewal resource for many
It does. That's a good way to put it.
Mm-hmm.
It is. I try to think about that too, like the where I come from, the Franciscans building the missions and stuff and taking us off the island. And what they did to us is horrendous. And they wish all those buildings could be taken down so we don't have to look at them.
Right.
But their log sheets, their records were meticulous.
Oh yeah.
They were crazy. So every person killed, every person they massacred, there was a record of this person when they came to the mainland, what they did, what their job was, and how they were killed, and the day they were born that they could find out, or their name, or the day they were killed.
Wow.
And the day they walked off the boat when they got to Ventura Coast from the island, and it was just so. With that, we could trace it back because it naturally it would have been oral. You know? Nobody's going to tell you yet you're 10 generations back what that person's name was. So we have that now.
Yeah. So there's
I mean, I can trace back to my person who was taken off the island, the whole family, and put here, and what village I come from on the island.
Right. I was gonna say, like, while that's like such a tragic story and a source of so much pain, it's also there's those little glimmers you get in there of your own history.
Yeah, you can look at something and there's his name, there's her name, there's what she did. That's how
There's
we
the
know we come from
village,
medicine
like,
people, or the executioner. We have a paper
my.
that shows one of my aunts, what he was the executioner. There was one that was there's all these medicine people, but I was like, that's why you're a medicine person, Mom. Look at all these people.
Yes.
And it's pretty neat.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think we'll wrap it up here. Thank you
Okay.
so much, Elaine. It's been wonderful talking to you.
Thank
and
you for having me.
Of course, I'm looking forward to our next visit at the museum with
Okay.
Verna and the rest of the Karuk crew.
Yeah, we'll be there.
Perfect. All right, so I hope everybody is enjoying the gala and that you get check out the online auction, and have a great rest of your evening. Thank you.
Wood is my first love when it comes to building products. Anything inside the house that's wood is typically a Doug fir product. And for us, anything outside the house is typically a redwood product. Redwood and other wood products give us the ability to do anything we want with it. It can be functional and utilitarian, or it can be beautiful and ornate and a centerpiece.
Learn more about Humboldt Sawmill Lumber and Timbers at getredwood.com.
Hello, thank you for joining us at the Clarke Historical Museum's Night at the Museum fundraising event. Be sure to visit the online auction to bid on some amazing Humboldt experiences like kayaking, river rafting, and regional tours. Your support will help us maintain Neelis Hall and the precious Indigenous cultural heritage it holds. My name is Alexandra Cox, and I am the registrar for the Clarke Historical Museum. I'm here today with Mr. Chuck Petty. Chuck, would you like to introduce yourself to our guests?
Well, my name's Chuck Petty, or Charles Petty, and I've been the treasurer of the Clarke Museum for a number of years and been involved with the organization, and I love everything Clarke does. Well, besides the Clarke, which I've been involved with since the 90s, I've also been involved with Eureka Heritage Society since the early 90s, and I'm currently board president of that organization. I'm also involved with the Humboldt County Historical Society, and I've been on their board for the past 6 years, and was on the Eureka Theater's board for 19 years. So, yeah, been involved with historical organizations for a long time. My grandparents came to Eureka and Humboldt County via Minnesota from Finland in 1906, 1907. And they established a property out in Cutton where Murphy's Market is now. That was my grandfather's ranch. The house next to Murphy's Market that kind of sits way back to the left if you're facing it from Walnut, all that property and where Fry's Care Home is was my grandfather's ranch. So yeah, I grew up out there, and we moved to another house in Cutton after my aunt sold that property. So I've just been a Cutton and Eureka native forever.
What did you, I mean, what did you used to do, as a kid? What was your favorite thing to do around here?
Oh, I'd love to go to Sequoia Park and ride my bike around Sequoia Park and go up all the trails and explore, and anything that was interesting, I would explore. I used to try to get into all the old buildings in Eureka, and there were a lot that have been torn down since I was born, especially along the waterfront, a lot of the old warehouses and stuff. Eureka was a bustling port, and there was a lot more active, like a lot more activities along the coastline than there are now. Well, I could say I've known about the Clarke since I was born because my mom had Cecile Clarke for a history teacher at Eureka High School back in the 40s. And I was less than 1 year old when the Clarke Historical Museum was founded. And I remember coming here as a child with elementary school trips. And Cecile was here, and the Reverend Carl Eckes, who was the first director. And I remember it being, that was before Neelis Hall, when the museum was just in the historic bank building. And it was like grandma's attic. There were things stuffed and piled everywhere. It was a delight for a child to explore all this old stuff.
So I know that historical architecture is a passion of yours. What do you love most about the Clarke Historical Museum building?
Well, the building itself is a fabulous example of Beaux Arts architecture designed by the San Francisco architect Albert Pisi, who was very well known for his Beaux Arts architecture, the Hibernia Bank building in San Francisco from 1892 and other very significant buildings in the area. It's a very classical, symmetrical building, and it is just a wonderful example of style. So it's very unique for Eureka. I mean, the Beaux Arts movement was sweeping the United States in the early 1900s, so it's not unusual, but for Eureka, it's a pretty beautiful example of the architectural trend that was sweeping the United States, which we don't have too many examples of. We're more known for our Victorian architecture than our Beaux Arts architecture.
So what are some of your favorite buildings or architectural features here around Humboldt County?
Well, Humboldt County is replete with a lot of different architectural styles. That's what's so great about Eureka and the surrounding communities, is that there are dozens and dozens of examples of different architectural styles, starting in the 1850s. Very few left from that era, but through the Victorian era and onto the 20th century, there are, colonial style architecture. It was brought over from New England when the first settlers came here. And then some of the earlier Victorian styles, the Italianate and the East Lake, Queen Anne. We had such a abundance of timber and building materials here at a reasonable price, and lots of mills and molding mills to make all sorts of profiles. So the Victorian architecture styles, they exploded in Eureka, and we have so many wonderful examples that have survived. I mean, I was just studying a report that the city of Eureka did in 1974 on Old Town and Downtown, and that report identified 57 buildings of historical note, and all but 3 of them are still in existence and in use today for their original purposes. So we've had a lot of experience with preserving old buildings, where a lot of cities have cleared and demolished their downtowns and old towns and residential areas. So we have a lot more preserved historic buildings than a lot of cities have.
Are there any buildings that no longer exist that you wish were still here?
Well, yes, there are. I mean, we were talking about the success of preservation in Eureka, but there also were some losses. So next to the Eureka Inn, the block bounded by 7th and 8th and E and F, where Sherwin-Williams Paint Store is now. In the middle of that block sat the 1884 H.H. Booner Mansion. And it was,
is that where that was?
It was a stunning piece of architecture that faced East Street in the East Lake style. And it was in completely original condition because Captain Booner's daughter lived there from when the house was built in 1884 until she passed away in 1954. Unfortunately, the family didn't preserve it, but there are other mansions or large houses in Eureka. There was the David Evans house on the corner of E and 6th, and across the street where Picky is, there was the Stafford Mansion. And Captain Booner's son, Henry Jr., had another mansion at the corner of C and Grant that is no longer there. I mean, there are lots of grand mansions that came down because they were just white elephants by the 40s and 50s. People didn't want to maintain them. They were so large and they were, expensive to heat. And that ornate style had gone out of style. So some of them were converted into apartment houses, but a lot of them were demolished because they took up so much room and people need housing. So, they were repurposed into other things. But those are the 4 that I can think of that I miss. And I wish I would have seen, along with the Amelia and Sumner Carson Mansion, where the Time Standard building is at, but their address was 615 J Street. It was a beautiful, beautiful house built. We talked about the Beaux Arts style, but it's built in that era. And if any residential architecture, Eureka could have been considered Beaux Arts, it was the Amelia and C. Sumner Carson Mansion, built in 1915, 1916. And it sat in the middle of the block, like the Booner Mansion, surrounded by gardens and beautiful rhododendrons. And it was just a show place.
What about the courthouse? Why was that torn down? The old one, the original one.
Well, the courthouse is built in the 1880s of unreinforced masonry. So, Humboldt County has earthquakes.
Oh, okay.
There's a famous photo of the courthouse after the 1906 earthquake, and it had uh, various allegorical statues around the roof line and the statue of Minerva on the top of the tower.
Mhm.
After the 1906 earthquake, there is a definite lean to Minerva. She's kind of pitching out over the city because of the earthquake damage. And so that was the first big earthquake that did some damage to this building. So
Okay.
those statues were removed at that time. In 1924, they were painting the tower, and some painter's torch caught the tower on fire, and it was damaged. So the whole top of the tower was remodeled in a different style,
Hmm.
and a beacon was put on top in the place of Minerva, the statue, that was then uh, not shuttered, but was turned off during World War II because it was, it was a beacon that would show people where the city was, and we didn't want that
Mhm.
during war times. But and then in 1947, 48, there was a famous article in the local paper, Times or the Standard, I don't remember, but it asked the citizens of Eureka if they wanted the tower removed or not, because there were some structural issues, but they also wanted to modernize the building because it looked too Victorian for them. So at that time, the tower, which contained a beautiful clock with chimes that chimed on the quarter hour, that was removed. So in the last years of the courthouse, it looked pretty truncated and not like an original 1884, 1888 Victorian building.
Mhm.
And then we had another major earthquake in 1884, not 1984, 1954, that kind of finished the courthouse off. It also very badly damaged our 1904 City Hall that used to be at the corner of 3rd and G. So both of those civic structures were heavily damaged in 1954 and then later demolished in the later 50s and replaced by modern buildings.
So what has changed about Humboldt County since you've been here? As long as you've been here.
Well, I'd say mostly the economy has changed. It was really focused around timbering and fishing when I was a kid. So the lumber industry has gone through a huge change, and that is not, it's still a part of our economy, but it's not a major part of our economy like it was, in the Victorian era and through the 1960s and 70s. There's much more awareness of not over logging, with the Charles Hurwitz's Maxam takeover of Pacific Lumber Company and how he accelerated logging in the 80s. We became very aware of how quickly our old growth forests were going away. So it's good that that's not a major part of our economy anymore, like it was, because we can now sustainably harvest our forests and still use their products, but not decimate them. And the same with the fishing industry. It's not as big as it used to be, even though it's still a good part of our economy.
Where do you think we're going to go in the future for Humboldt County? You know?
Well, I think people are coming here to escape some of the more densely populated areas of the state. And I think Cal Poly Humboldt also brings a lot of people to the area because of the world-class education you can get here and all the recreational activities you can do here, like biking and skiing and hiking and all. It's just a wonderful outdoor area. So if you like anything to do with the outdoors, Humboldt County is a great place to be and to get away from the hustle and bustle of the big metropolitan area. So I think that's more the direction we're going as far as the future of Humboldt County.
Recreational tourism?
Recreational tourism and living a simpler life.
Hmm.
So many things can be done online now that you can actually live in a more remote area and still participate in commerce and other areas of business. And
You can be a hermit but still be connected to the rest of the world.
I wouldn't go quite that far, but yeah.
Okay, well, last question. So, why does history matter to you?
Well, I've always been obsessed with history, probably because I lost my dad when I was 4 years old. So I was always wondering what he was like and what his history was like. But we had good family friends that introduced me to local history because they were longtime members of the Historical Society. And I went to meetings with them as a kid. But I think history matters as it roots us in our past and prepares us for our future. It gives us perspective for problem solving based on how past events were how we solve problems in past events. So I think history is very important for the future because it shows us how things were done, how they could be done, also how we can improve on the past, things that didn't turn out so well in the past, and gives us an education on how not to do things. So I think the past is important for our future.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Chuck.
Thanks, Alex, and I hope the Night at the Museum event fundraiser for the Clarke is a huge success.
Degrees in the shade. It's over 30 years. I have to represent and make sure the reggae music stay alive. Yes, man. All right, now this is Reggae on the River.
Hi there, everybody. My name is Josh Buck, and I'm the Executive Director Curator of the Clarke Historical Museum. I hope you are having an excellent time at our event, Night at the Museum. This is a reminder that we have many great auction items available for you to browse and bid on to support our mission. With your support, we will be able to accomplish several goals this year, including funding the installation of a hand-carved redwood door that will separate the main hall and Neelis Hall, the Native American wing of the museum. Karuk artist Almi Allen will carve this door, and we look forward to bringing to life a plan that is multiple years in the making. I am pleased to introduce a man with an unparalleled passion for the history of deltiology of all things Humboldt County. Deltiology, of course, means the study and collection of postcards. This man is Steve Lazar. Steve is a board member and former president of the Humboldt County Historical Society, a senior planner with the Humboldt County Planning Commission, a longtime resident of Eureka, and the postcard collecting king of all things Humboldt. And he's here to share his insights and knowledge with us tonight. Steve, why don't we start out by having you introduce yourself a bit more on your background, and tell me what your earliest memories of moving to Humboldt to go to school and your many jobs of working in the great outdoors around here were like.
Thanks, Josh. It's nice to join you today. Yeah, I moved here in 1995. My start in Humboldt is much like many. I was a college student at Humboldt State University, now called Poly Humboldt. I had moved here from Ventura County, where I grew up, and I had been here one other time prior on a road trip with one of my two older brothers, probably my sophomore year in high school. And that's sort of what led me to move up here. But I remember upon arriving, I don't think I realized, I know I didn't realize it at the time, but I now know that I have a real passion for geography that revealed itself in the years that followed. And so reflecting on arriving here in 95, I quickly became obsessed with trying to get the lay of the land. This was a completely foreign place to me for the most part. And I thankfully had a good friend who had moved here at the same time from the same area. And him and I we would go on our bicycles and ride in all the cardinal directions. We didn't have cars, so we just had to use what we had available to us. I remember one time we rode up Highway 299 and got all the way to Lord Ellis Summit, but we didn't even know where we were going until we hit that spot. We thought, okay, we've done something. This is a landmark. We rode to Orick, rode to Ferndale. So that began kind of in me a real fascination with this area, and it never stopped. If anything, it accelerated. And through my career in the planning department and the jobs I've had prior to that, I've just been able to basically explore the area. And, my dirty little secret, a lot of people think of me as someone who's really into local history, but I often have to counter that I'm really just really into geography. And history is another way to access geography. And it's an important part of understanding a landscape and whether it's a cultural landscape or a physical landscape. And I can say one other thing that, is almost like a dream, but I know you'll resonate with is that the trains were running and not for very long, but they were running. And I have distinct memories of seeing them traveling along the highway corridor and the railroad right of way. And if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I frankly still have a hard time remembering, like believing it, but I know I did. So those were some of the kind of initial scenes that I remember very, very vividly. And they really just kind of basically got me hooked on this area. And I've been grateful ever since to be able to stay.
You mentioning seeing local railroad activity around here, and our railroad closed in 1998. And that kind of leads into our next question, which is what has changed about Humboldt County since you've moved here, aside from the closing of our local railroad that you recall?
Yeah, that's a good question. Let me think about that for a second. So I think, one of the most obvious changes perhaps is sort of a transition in the cannabis industry. I think that is something that I wasn't aware of when I moved here. I mean, we all had heard, it was certainly something it was on my radar, but I've had a firsthand seat to watching an industry daylight that had here to, until 2015 was largely not something to be talked about in public, and had a silhouette or a shadow that cast on everything around us, but yet was never really discussed at length. And then watching in the time since the passage of local regulations and state regulations in 2015, and now it's remarkable the transition. I mean, there's a lot of sadness and tragedy to it, and there's a lot of possibility and excitement around it. It's an important milestone, and it's still playing out, quite frankly. And it's almost impossible to emphasize the significance of that transition that's still underway. Because living up here, oftentimes you'd meet someone, you never ask what they do for a living. It was just kind of an unwritten rule. And there were people around me that just led lifestyles that didn't make sense. There was businesses in the community that you didn't understand why we had so many of this business. It didn't seem financially practical to operate. And so, yeah, I'm excited because I've gotten to see that geography, that landscape up close and personal. And I think it's a painful transition we're underway, but it will ultimately make us a stronger and more resilient county in the days ahead. So I would say that is the most profound change that I've witnessed during my time here.
Now, you have a website called the Humboldt Project, which is also now on Facebook and Instagram as well. Can you tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, it's currently kind of dormant, my website, because it was built with a Flash-based kind of architecture that's now kind of become obsolete. My New Year's resolution was to rebuild it and make it a way better version of itself, and it's to do it before the end of 2024, not 2023. And But that's the website, and the website, when it's relaunched, hopefully by early next year, it will feature upwards of 10,000 postcards that are searchable by subject, date, photographer, all of the different ways you can slice and dice, so that, and location, that kind of thing. Because that's why even though I have roughly 3,800 cards that are already scanned from my collection, I don't want to serve them up in the way that I currently could, because it would just be a frustrating exercise for people. Most people don't want to comb through. Maybe you and I would enjoy searching through thousands of postcards, but I don't want to do it that way. It's just too much. It'll turn people off. So that's coming in 2025. Now, the other things that I've sort of, social media, as we're talking about, has so much potential and so much information to be gathered that way. So you can't really be doing sharing of historical images and be neglecting that. If you are, you're falling short of opportunities that are very, very significant ones.
If you had to share one or two of the most interesting things that you've seen on the writing side, so I mean, the images on the front are wonderful, but what I've found is that the writing on the back can be just as neat, if not cooler, than what's on the front, let alone the actual postmark stamp indicating where it was sent from on top of it. What are some of the more interesting stories that you've seen on the back of these postcards?
This card that I have right here just arrived 3 days ago. It's pretty neat. It's I don't know, well, you won't be able to see it very well, but it's a picture of Fernbridge, and it's kind of a neat view of Fernbridge because it shows the ramps going up to it. It's taken from the Ferndale side. But the message on the back, and I'm just picking this because it's impossible. I mean, there's so many messages and they're all really interesting, but I might as well just pull. This is the freshest card in my collection. So, it's dated July 30th of 1912. It was stamped canceled at 8 a.m. in Fortuna. And so sent to Stockton from Fortuna, ostensibly. It says, Dear Grandma Ruth, I am still having a good time. We are at Fortuna now. It is just like Santa Cruz weather. I only weigh 132 now. I think 132 pounds. Have to let all my dresses out. Just think of it. How are you? I am just fine. Love to you, Hazel. I mean, it's a fairly banal message, but it still captures your imagination. Like 132 pounds, she has to let her dresses out. Did she just have a baby? Is she, just, being self-deprecating? Or why are they in Fortuna? Why do they know Santa Cruz? Why was it sent to Stockton? I mean, there's just an endless number of questions that come from it.
Is there anything that you think that folks around here should know more about when it comes to local historical preservation?
Yeah, I think people make assumptions about things being sort of what's the word? I think a lot of people know, well, okay, first and foremost, everybody mixes up who's who, right? I know you from so I think for the vast majority of the public, the Humboldt County Historical Society, the Clarke Museum, the Eureka Heritage Society, the Arcata Site Society, the Ferndale Museum, they're all just one group and nobody has any distinguishing, it's all one big thing. It's not. It's a bunch of different private, nonprofit organizations struggling to achieve their missions with limited funding and limited staff and volunteers and overwhelming uh, challenges. And then just continue to grind away. So that first and foremost is that they really, it's if you value history, don't take it for granted that everything's taken care of and it's all going to work whether you participate or contribute. It isn't. It's very fragile.
Well, are there any other things that you'd like folks to know, Steve, at this point?
I think just, if you see me around, there's a pretty good chance I've got postcards on me. I try to keep them close at hand, and I'm always willing to give them away to new folks. And I love talking about this county. I love this county very much, and I'm grateful for every day that I get to live here. And I guess the last thing I'd say is, for folks that kind of take an interest in our landscapes and in our county and its future, it's said, don't history repeats itself or whatever, or if it doesn't, it certainly I don't know, but
Right.
it's not. Yeah, it knows how to. Yeah, I think that the thing is like I often see a real blind spot to historical landscapes in people that otherwise have a great deal of um, concern and attention to the environment around us. But it's like you're really hamstrung when you're trying to read the environment if you don't have access to some of the narrative that's so fundamental. Like one of the biggest things that I think people, one of the biggest uh, mistakes people make is that they think that there are pristine areas of our county that are untouched, like completely never before seen any influence of people. And whether it's colonial settlement, of the 1850 onward or indigenous use, there's no part of the land that hasn't been manipulated. It's just that is part of our history. And understanding those chapters and how they dovetail and lead into the present, it's just it's so valuable. And whether it's the town you live in or the places you like to hike or the culture of an area that you live in, it doesn't it understanding the historical events that are the foundation to it and the effects on the landscape is pivotal to really actually deepening your knowledge of the present. And that's, I think, what people can get, and that's what keeps me coming back to the pot when it comes to collecting postcards and images and wanting to just continually deepen my knowledge of now using the past.
Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself. Well, thank you very much, Steve, for sharing everything that you have and for joining us for Night at the Museum. For folks watching, please take a look at our online auction, and remember that every dollar that we get helps to support the Clarke Museum's mission, preserving and sharing the varied history of Northwestern California.
Owning a home sounded so ideal, but it felt so far off.
You walked us through all of the steps to becoming a homeowner.
You know, I came from a family that didn't have, the opportunity to own a home. My mom, it gives her huge peace of mind knowing that we own the home that we're in.
If you dream of being a homeowner in Humboldt County, I'm Agent Annalise, and I would love to help you get your plans in place so when the moment is right, you can make your move.
my first love when it comes to building products. Anything inside the house that's wood is typically a Doug fir product. And for us, anything outside the house is typically a redwood product. Redwood and other wood products give us the ability to do anything we want with it. It can be functional and utilitarian, or it can be beautiful and ornate and a centerpiece.
Learn more about Humboldt Sawmill Lumber and Timbers at getredwood.com.
It's over 30 years. I have to represent and make sure the reggae music stay alive. Yes, man. All right, now this is Reggae on the River.
Hello, everyone. This is a reminder that we have many great auction items available for you to browse and bid on to support our mission. With your support, we will all be able to accomplish several goals this year, including funding for the installation of a hand-carved door that will separate the main hall and Neelis Hall here at the Clarke Museum. Karuk artist Almi Allen will be responsible for carving this door, and we look forward to bringing to life a plan that is multiple years in the making. I am joined today with the Executive Director of the Point Arena Lighthouse in Mendocino County, Mark Hancock. Welcome, Mark.
Well, I'm glad to be here, Josh, and I hope that everyone's having a great time at your wonderful event.
Thank you. Mark, could you tell our audience more about your experience of working for the Point Arena Lighthouse?
Well, I've been with the Lighthouse for about 9 years now, and it is absolutely and truly a labor of love. Running the 154-year-old light station. I have an absolutely wonderful staff that takes care of our 7 vacation cottages and studios that we rent out, represents about 50% of our income. We have a light station store, which is not your typical tourist attraction gift store. It's absolutely wonderfully run and stocked with very unique things, a lot of them locally produced. And of course, we have our indoor and outdoor museums and the 115-foot tall Lighthouse Tower, which is the tallest lighthouse on the Pacific coast. And you can climb to the top of it and get the most spectacular view possible. Right now, we're being blessed with the gray whales migrating from Baja back up to their feeding grounds in the Bering Sea. And we've been seeing moms and babies for the last 2 weeks or so, which has been absolutely delightful for our many guests.
That's wonderful. Fantastic. Can you provide any more details on the history of the lighthouse? And you mentioned that it's over 150 years old. I imagine there's a couple of stories that really make this place stand out.
There are, Josh. The lighthouse, the light station, actually, it's officially Point Arena Lighthouse or Point Arena Light Station number 496. And it was established in 1869. And the original lighthouse tower, which was a brick and mortar lighthouse, was completed in 1870 and first lit on May 1st, 1870.
Wow.
And that lasted until April 18th, 1906, when the San Andreas Fault, which is about 4 miles that way from us, shifted 16 feet laterally and pretty much put paid to all the brick and mortar buildings in and around Point Arena. And they decided it'd be better to build a new lighthouse than to repair the existing one. So they tore down the old brick and mortar lighthouse and they constructed the current tower that you see behind me. And it is the first steel reinforced concrete lighthouse built in America. And it probably won't surprise you when I tell you that it was built by the Weber Steel Concrete Chimney Company out of San Francisco. And it has 500 cubic yards of concrete in it, sits on an 8-foot deep foundation. And once they built this one, they realized it was fast, it was cheap, and it was incredibly strong. So all lighthouses built in America after this one were pretty much built using the same construction method. But we were the first, and of course, I consider the best. The light station is still an active aid to navigation, or an ATON as lighthouses are known as. And our signature is a single white flash every 15 seconds. So that way, you know you're passing the Point Arena Lighthouse and you can look at your charts and know what you need to do to get where you're going. As an example, Point Cabrillo, who is our sister to the north, her signature is a single white flash every 10 seconds.
Fantastic. And to be clear, what you are offering up is a stay at the light station. Can you tell us a bit about what the experience is like for folks that stay with you there? What can you expect to see?
So we are a nonprofit. We own all 23 acres of the light station, and we own all the buildings and structures on the light station, including what used to be the lightkeepers' homes that were built by the Coast Guard in 1960. But we are donating a 2-night stay in one of our assistant keepers' houses, which are the 3-bedroom, 2-bath homes. Both of them have wood-burning stoves in the living room. They are both pet friendly. They have fully stocked kitchens, private patios out back with picnic tables where you can sit and look out at the lighthouse and also Manchester Beach and the Manchester Hills in the background.
Wonderful. Yeah, for folks that are watching, I can't endorse this place enough. Mark has been so wonderful and such a supporter of the Clarke Museum. He donated last year for our very Victorian tea event and now for this event as well. Mark, thank you so much for your support. Your staff is awesome. I've met several of them the last time I was out, and they're always wonderful to see. And I really hope that people bid away on this because it's going to be an experience that you will not ever forget.
And I really appreciate the opportunity to support the Clarke Historical Museum in this manner. It's always a pleasure for us to do that for other very worthy and fascinating and interesting cultural places and museums. So please, all of you, take a look at this auction item. We will absolutely treat you with a red carpet when you come up here, and it's all going to a very, very worthy and worthwhile cause.